Really tough. So 10 minutes I'll come and then one just check that you think this. Mm. So there was this class where I told you last we when usually start late. And so, so but lunch was also there. 1.5 hours. Twenty seconds. Okay. Topic. Okay. So if you decide on the title, that will be the name of it. Communication. I know one person in communication. Sandy Postage University. Let me check with his office in this. But he has very good publications. Well known in that university. I checked with he's in the multimedia. Multimedia communication and even hardware VLSI. All three domains works on that. Okay, time from time and date if we can okay. Mostly it might be morning for sure, sure. We have to issue certificates and so please record it so that we know who attended. Thanks. Dr. Chiku to give the token of appreciation. And I think for yours, I'll tell you after one session.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, respected faculty members, and my dear students who are present in person as well as online with us here. I'm Dr. Shriyanka Subbarayaka, faculty from Electronics and Communication Engineering Department, and I feel privileged to visit the National Seminar on Cybersecurity and Awareness, our first line of defense today. Cyberspace today is already pervading all walks of life of individual citizens, institutions, machinery, and infrastructure of government. India, despite its geographical as well as demographic size, has impressed the world through its accelerated efforts in the digitization of all facets of its functioning and administration. India launched a flagship program that is the Digital India with a vision to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. This in turn necessitated the creation and sustenance of highly dynamic and integrated networks by harnessing the rapid evolving ICT and cyber technology. The susceptibility of these networks to cyber attacks and the potential disruption must always be warned, watched, and won. The theme for this national seminar, Cybersecurity Awareness First Line of Defense, aims at underlining the importance about cybersecurity and its fundamentals, primarily to the civic society and others aiming at safe cyberspace. Before we move forward, may I please call upon the dignitaries to be seated on the dais. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor K.K. Renna, our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghavan, Dr. P. Kumar Manaji, Dr. M.S. Vijay Raghavan, Mr. T.M. Hediker, Mr. J. The Ramaya Anthem underlines the mission of Ramaya Group of Institutions, that is the Jnanam, Vijnanam, Shapakti Sangeeta. That is knowledge, skill, with the devotion is necessary to use both knowledge and skill for the betterment of society, with the betterment of the individual. Despite differences in culture, tradition, religion, and languages, Ramaya University is united under one ethos, Jnanam, Vijnanam, Shapakti Sangeeta. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Ramayana.
ज्ञान विज्ञान विद्या विनय भूषण
रामय्य समूह संस्थान
ज्ञान विज्ञान विद्या विनय भूषण रामय्य समूह संस्थान तारे निहार के आगले ಈ ಮಾರ್ಗೆ ಜಯವೆನ್ನುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದ್ರಷ್ಟಾರರು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಕನಸಿನ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯವಿದು
ದೀಪದೊಳು ಪ್ರದೀಪಗಳ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಸ್ಥಾನವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ದಿಗಂತದಾಚೆಗೆ ಜಿಗಿಯುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲವಿದು ಗೃಹ ಗೃಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೃಹ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೋಪಾನವಿದು ಮಿತಿಯಿಲ್ಲದ ಅಮಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಿದು ಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಿದು ಅಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕತ್ತಲೆ ನೀಗುವ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ರಶ್ಮಿದು
ಜಗದೋದ್ಧಾರದ ಹೊಂಗನಸರು ಹೊತ್ತಿದ ಅರಿವಿನ ತಾಣವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ಹಣತೆಯು ಬೆಳಕಲು ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಕಿರಣಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಡೆ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಿವೆ ಜಯವೆನ್ನುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ
Before we move forward to be part of this event, to thank the one bestowing his blessings, I call upon Ms. Inshara, 7th semester BTech CAC student, to render the invocation.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकाय चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे आत्मा रामानन्दरमणा आत्मा रामानन्दरमण अच्युत केशव हरिनारायण आत्मा रामानन्दरमण अच्युत केशव हरिनारायण भव भयहरण वन्दित चरण भव भयहरण वन्दित चरण रघुकुल भूषण राजीव लोचन आत्मा रामानन्दरमण अच्युत केशव हरिनारायण. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anchara. Moving forward, Professor Govind R. Kadambi, a graduate from University of Mysore with a BE degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering, pursued his MS and PhD degrees in Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, with specializations in antenna engineering. Between 1978 and 1994, he worked with the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and Aeronautical Development Agencies in Bangalore. During 1995 and 2006, he was associated with various technology development organizations in Canada and USA, like SG Microwaves in Canada, Centurion Wireless Technologies USA, Interdigital Communications USA, and Apple Inc. USA. He returned to India in the year 2006. Since then, he has been initially with Ramaya School of Advanced Studies and now with Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. He held the post of HOD, Dean and Deputy Director of Ramaya School of Advanced Studies. Since the formulation of RUAS in 2013, he has been the Pro-Vice Chancellor Research of RUAS. Professor Govind R. Kadambi has been granted 24 US patents and 17 other international patents from China, Korea, Japan, Germany, and Europe. He has filed more than 17 Indian patent applications. Professor Kadambi has more than 140 research publications in international journals and conferences. He was a reviewer of IEEE transactions on antenna and propagation. Professor Kadambi was associated with collaborative research guidance to US university students, and he has also been the chairman and invited speaker at several international conferences in USA. Professor Kadambi has been the principal investigator and co-principal investigator for a number of sponsored research projects funded by the Government of India. May I please request Dr. Kadambi to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. Good morning to all of you. Distinguished Chief Guest Dr. Raghavan, respected Professor Speaker, Fellow Vice Chancellor Professor Reina, Major General Prasad, Colonel Pavitran, Dr. Vediappa, Dr. Ritu Kumar, Dr. Mahanti, dear students, colleagues, and delegates of this seminar. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this inaugural function of the seminar. At the outset again, let me extend to you all a very warm welcome to this function. To put into context the importance of the seminar, let me state a philosophical saying: life hinges on hopes, and there is no life without hope. And hope is reflected through the ability, opportunity, quality, and safety as well. And safety is also in terms of physical safety and safety of our position. With the advent of technology aimed at improving the quality, the definition of the safety of our position also encompasses the personal data, conversation, communication, transaction, and so on and so forth. And one law breach of any of the above tantamount to breach of safety. In turn, it incites a sense of fear or apprehension, and this leads to a virtual erosion of the quality and doubting the ability of the system itself, which is in its place. Cybersecurity deals with the data and the systems of both civilian and security or defense application. I'm sure the galaxy of the the proficient speakers of today's seminar will dwell upon all these core issues as well as the peripheral context associated with them. There are always non-mainstream, I should say, counter forces which will attempt to take advantage of the technologies for the ulterior motives. This may be for both defense as well as the civilian societal application. In this context, I should say, the word CSR may also be expanded because normally we know CSR means corporate social responsibility. In the context of this seminar, I should say, CSR may be also be nomenclated as a citizen's social responsibility. That is very apt for this. Definitely, if we adopt this principle, it is our hope that this will lead to individuals who make the society rather than the society making the individuals. I think that concept is very important. And the creation of awareness in citizens eventually lead to involvement or total involvement, as the case may be, to make the society or our nation safe and transforming the life to be of worth quality for living. This seminar is about the awareness about the cyber security. Depending upon how you take this responsibility, the future can be either an enigma or engine of hope. Sometime earlier, Prime Minister Modi, I think probably while addressing the Law Commission officials, he said there is a tendency for the citizens of India to ask any initiative about the government or anything. Inherently, there is a tendency to ask two questions, Mujha kya and Mera kya. So if you have that tendency in the national security, definitely future can be bleak actually. So that is the reason. It all depends upon us to say whether the future is an engine of hope and I should say liberty and encouragement, or it remains as enigma. With these views and feelings and sentiments, let me proceed to the formal welcome address. We are proud and privileged to have the gracious presence of Dr. Raghavan, who was a former address to the Government of India as a keynote speaker. He has very wide experience in number of domains, including the information and cyber security, and many of us may not be knowing he has contributed to a very important concept of Atmabodh. I hope Dr. Raghavan will dwell upon it actually. On behalf of our university and all the participants of the seminar, I welcome Dr. Raghavan to this inaugural function. Now may I request Dr. to We are very proud and happy to have the presence of Mr. Hedekar. He is also a person with a wide experience and he served the country with distinction. Sri Hedekar retired as a Special Secretary to Government of India after about 30 years of service. He is specialized in insurgency and counter-insurgency operations. He has been also the instrumental in initiating the seminar. On behalf of all my colleagues and all the participants, I welcome Mr. Hedekar to this function. May I request Dr. Mahendra Babu to present the sampling to Mr. Hedekar. I request Dr. Ketan Bingai to present it. We also have Major General retired J.V. Prasad with us for this function. He has retired very recently after being the UOC for Karnataka and Kerala sub area, and he has been very active in the finalization and formulation of the seminar. On behalf of all the participants and my colleagues here, I welcome Major General Prasad to this function. Now I request Dr. Sriram to welcome me to sampling. It is my great pleasure to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor K.K. Raina. He is a dynamic person and a confident thinker of new initiatives. Now I request Dr. Mansi to welcome me to the topic. Thank you, sir. Again, he is one more 5-year experience proficient in the domain of cyber security and warfare. Now I request Dr. Parate to present him a something. So may I request Professor Gangadhar to present a topic to Dr. Karnapuri. We have Dr. Raghavan Kumar, who is an associate director here at DRDO, a man of profound experience in cyber security and eccentric warfare. He has been very kind to accept to be a speaker. Again, on behalf of our university, my colleagues, and all the participants, I welcome Dr. Raghavan to this function. Now I request Dr. Pushpavati to welcome him with the exam. I also welcome Dr. Saliappa. He has been very active in many of these initiatives, and he has been integral part of all these initiatives. On behalf of our university and the colleagues and the participants, I welcome him, and I request Dr. Niranjan Prabhu to present him. We also welcome Mr. Ranjan to this inaugural function. On behalf of our university and the colleagues, again, sir, I extend a warm welcome to. May I request Dr. Rinki Sharma to present SRP. I also welcome Dr. Dilip Mohanty, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering. Now I request Dr. Srikant to present him better. I also welcome Dr. Srikant, who is Associate Dean of our university. Now I request Ketan Singhai to present him.
That's the real cyber security. And we will take up cyber laws and cyber security.
I take this opportunity to welcome all my student friends who have been here in a large number. The future belongs to you, and I appreciate your response. Again, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the university, I welcome all my students to this inaugural function. I also welcome all my colleagues despite their busy schedule and rescheduling their classes and exams. They have been here. Again, I take this opportunity and a privilege to welcome all of you to this inaugural function. On a generic note of welcome, let me again welcome everyone and one and all to this function. Let me conclude with I also take this opportunity to welcome all the participants who have joined us online. Let me conclude this welcome note by quoting Dr. Kalam's statement: without your involvement, you cannot succeed, and with your involvement, you cannot fail. Actually. So it is an opportunity for all of us to get involved. Each and every aspect of the security, both in civic as well as defense. Here is an opportunity to get enrichment, what we can do as an individual and what we can do as an entity. As the saying says, everyone cannot do everything, but everyone can do something. If we can have the awareness of what we can do as an individual, that will be the greatest contribution to our country. With these remarks, again, I welcome you once again, all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka, and Jai Jai. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kadambi, for giving the welcome address. May I please request Dr. Vinay to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Raghavan. nothing but the moving of mind from darkness to light. In keeping with the auspiciousness of today's occasion, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamps.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छाहि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमो.
Thank you, everyone. PM Heplikar retired as Special Secretary, Government of India in September 2010 after over 38 years of service. He is currently managing trustees, Institute of Contemporary Studies, Bangalore, a not-for-profit think tank specializing in security and strategic affairs. He was a visiting professor at the Department of Geopolitics and International Relations, Manipal University, and formerly an adjunct faculty International Security and Strategic Studies program at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Besides, he was associated with the Christ University, Bangalore, and St. Joseph's College, Bangalore, in developing a new approach to study of contemporary developments. In December 2011, he and two other like-minded individuals started a high-end next-generation security consultancy company in Bangalore to help bring new synergies to the world of private security and protection. He is a life member of the United Service Institution, New Delhi. In April 2015, he was appointed as a director on the board of Singapore-based Asian Dialogue Society. He is on the board of the Bangalore-based IT company which specializes inter alia in providing training and offers solutions for cybersecurity, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and machine learning. He is a certified information security practitioner from the International Institute of Security and Safety Management, New Delhi. In October 2021, he was appointed as Emeritus Resource Faculty by the Rashtriya Rashtra University at the School of International Cooperation, Security and Strategic Languages. During his government service, he specialized in insurgency and counter-insurgency developments in India's northeast region and its external links. He held several important and sensitive posts in the central government dealing with external security-related issues. Following his retirement from government service, he has been writing for security and defense-related journals and for leading newspapers and magazines regularly, besides participating in seminars and workshops both in India and overseas. He has visited Taiwan to speak at the National Defense University and the Command and Staff College Prospect Foundation, as also at the University of Singapore and Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Mr. Heplikar was decorated by the Government of India for distinguished and meritorious service respectively during his career. May I please request Mr. Nepikar to deliver the overview of the seminar.
Good morning, dear friends. I hope I am audible to people who are in the backbenches.
Okay.
Okay. At the very outset, I would like to thank Professor Raina and his team at the university for having invited me to speak today or to give you an overview of what to expect in the next couple of hours on a subject that affects all of us and most of us professionally. Cybersecurity became a part of my professional life in the government in the year 2006 when we realized that the country needed to move forward on this particular aspect. Right from 2006 till now, there has been a quest to create cybersecurity awareness among the civil society, among institutions, but also in the government, both at the state and the central government. So in the last several years that I have been in this quest, I have come across a large number of professionals, practitioners, opinion makers, academia and writers who all agree that time has come for us to create greater awareness about cybersecurity, the threats and challenges that lie before us, and how do we negotiate the bend that looks beyond the curve to ensure that we can make ourselves safe, secure, and comfortable in our future. The month of October is observed globally as a cybersecurity awareness month. This practice began in 2004 in the United States of America, basically to help individuals to protect themselves against the rapid development of technology and to ensure that the information remains confidential and safe. I think that was the message that came out in 2004. And over the last 18 years, each country has created its own theme. And India has been participating in Cybersecurity Awareness Month in its own way. The intention is to, like I said earlier, to bring to civil society the feeling as what is it that we are in for and what is it that we need to protect ourselves against. In my 38 years of government service, my date is only one subject. Unlike my friends here who deal with various other subjects. I spent 38 years in an intelligence organization that helped to protect nations against the threats that emanated from across the borders. So that took me right from Rajasthan to Mizoram and overseas as well. But the guiding principle was to continue to create knowledge, disseminate information, to see how we can protect the national interests. Today, a nation has got three main subjects that it needs to look at. One is its own people, one is the information, last but not the least, its own natural resources. So you have people both internally and externally who try to create, subvert the people to their cause, to steal information and espionage, and to create terror or subversion where they will try and attack your means of production. So these are the three most important items in our national life, and we need to ensure that at all times we are in a position to protect these three important ingredients of our society. I'll try and bring to the fore a few of ideas I have in mind. Some of them are something which I have observed and done over the years. And I thought I will share this with the future of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, national security is no longer understood in its national military terms. There are more stakeholders on this platform today than there were ever before. At the time of independence in 1947, we considered the Indian armed forces, the armed forces of India, the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, as the primary protectors of the nation's territorial integrity and projects. Then you had the police, which was responsible for internal security. All that has changed. Every decade India has moved, we have found ourselves to be targets for instability by parties who were across the border. So the military sense has now been overtaken by others who are on the same platform. In 1968, Mrs. Indira Gandhi created what would be the first attempt at a new security paradigm for India, when she began to look at various other things that exist at that point of time. She created organizations specifically for national security. She gave the Department of Space, the Atomic Energy Commission, and other such agencies the kind of support required to make India feel that she is well on the way to some kind of political importance in the neighborhood and outside the neighborhood. We also have seen how the things have evolved over the past. The coronavirus pandemic, which took a toll of international health and wealth, also had affected us deeply. The coronavirus pandemic, my friends, brought to the fore the fault lines in our political governance, the fault lines in our running what the others are doing. We create more problems for ourselves. So this silo system of management is something that holds this country back. You will all visualize in 2021 and 2020, you had millions of our countrymen who came from other parts of India to work in other parts, going back to their hometowns without any institutional support. The railways, transport department, departments for the Ministry of Labour, I think we are all at sea. We do not know how to look at this problem. The great movement of people to their villages, we thought about such misery to the labour class. I think that was the biggest failure that we have seen during the pandemic. Things are happening now. I'm sure things get better as we go around. But the coronavirus also told us that there were more entities today of the national security scene which did not exist earlier. All of us recall the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi himself said that India is the pharmacy of the world. It meant that the pharmaceutical industry in India had now become a form of national security threat. Any injury to this industry would be causing India a substantial amount of damage. Then you have other areas like health, family welfare, water, climate, environment. These things did not attract the attention of the policy makers or the planners, how important they were to the national security concept. So therefore, national security by itself underwent a huge change. And to this end, to make it more prevalent, to make it more productive, the government of India began to look at various other methods to make national security more vibrant and even more rewarding. Going out to the people and talking to them. And as all of you know that 2 years ago, the Prime Minister of India said that the priority of this government was on maritime security, on cyber security, and then on tackling international terrorism. And we were talking about this, India moving from a 3 trillion to a $5 trillion technology or economy. And we did not have the kind of skills, the kind of capacity to ensure that these three items move along in a very professional and smooth manner. And the Prime Minister has not only articulated this overseas, including the United Nations, but he has been talking about this at various fora in India. In the year 2020, when I was in Delhi at my former organization, where the Prime Minister was the chief guest to give away the medals to the personnel of the organization, he said that he wants to look at artificial intelligence to be used by all intelligence agencies as part and parcel of their work, which means that wanted us to have the ability to predict things 3 to 5 years from now instead of a week. And he quoted the example of the Indian Met Department 20 years ago, and now the great amount of development in a state. So I think the PM had wanted to look at that. But he was also conscious of the fact that India's ability to have the capacity for this was limited. So he was exhorting people across the spectrum to come together so that they could provide us with the means to ensure that at least this political mandate of the government was being met. The second item which I would like to bring to the fore is, I must appreciate the Ramaiah Institute of Applied Sciences for having taken several steps in this direction. I think it's a distinction that not many universities would play. And in that, I think I would like to congratulate the management of the university for this bold steps they have taken. One feather in the cap is not enough. There is one more that is coming up. The university has signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the Indian Army's Army Training Command, which in my view is the think tank of the Army in all training related matters. And I think this is the first such MOU that has been signed in Karnataka or in Bangalore with the Indian Army. With this, the doors are open for us, for them to collaborate with the Indian Army on many issues of education, of professionalism and training. And I think this has sought to close the gap that exists between the civil and the military, the academy and the military. With this, I think the university has taken the first major step. But the third feather in the cap is what I think we are doing today would be a precursor to what will happen in the future, where they are going to set up a center for national security studies. This is something of a dream that has come true, and I'm sure that is going to be the first think tank of that kind in South Asia. 80% of our think tanks exist in the north country, mostly in Delhi. Think tanks which are funded by the government, who create the kind of knowledge or information the government requires. But we require such an institution in Bangalore. I think the CNSS is a response to that particular demand, and I think Bangalore requires it much more than any other place. So, Professor Raina and his colleagues, I think I should really congratulate you on this wonderful achievement. I will just run 2 or 3 other points of in the overview. We have colleagues here who represent different aspects of the subject. Some of them are policy makers, some of them implement policies, some of them decide how policies are to be done, some of them try and create knowledge for this policy. And that's why I think all of us are here to share our expertise. There are three things that I would like to leave with the August panel here and also to the people who are sitting opposite to me. The first and the foremost thing that we need to do is to focus on the unorganized sector, like the housewives, like the students, like the vans, the auto rickshaw driver or the taxi driver, the ration shop people who uses a digital platform for his normal business. How many of them are aware of the dangers that lie is unknown to us. Why I say unorganized? Because there is nothing that looks up their interest, there is nothing that helps them in understanding what is service and why is it so important for them to realize the dangers that exist therein. The second group are students who are the age group of 6 to 60, the most vulnerable in my understanding. Today, you don't require a bachelor's degree or a master's degree to handle a cell phone. Everybody does it. But the child understands what she is doing. Do the parents understand what the child is doing? That is something that needs to be addressed. How do we make this as a social responsibility in getting this message out to the people there that a certain amount of supervision, certain amount of guidance is necessary. What do I mean by awareness for this? I'm talking of things like what is cyber hygiene? What is cyber etiquette? What is awareness? And above all, how do they deal with these issues? My daughter runs a cyber security awareness company in Singapore, and her target is exactly the same as we talked about. And the kind of feedback she gets is enormous. And there, she talked not only about the students, but about the teachers, about the parents. These are the three important elements and try to take this to the student. Once the student is, say, aware of the basics, then he gets on to the university and he gets into a different frame of mind, so to utilize the information and knowledge he has gained. And it is not only for to be, Bangalore is not supposed to be the only place where it's going to be a recipient of this knowledge. What about Hooghly? I come from North Karnataka, I come from Raghavan. I have a college in my next village where we don't have this facility. So I think we need to look at how further the top side can be shown, and how youngsters can come into the ambit of creating social security awareness. So social security awareness also should strengthen in our official and rural areas. The other thing I realized, we need to create more opportunities for women in cybersecurity awareness. Without meaning to be rude, we don't have a lady sitting here to talk to each other. So I think the time has come that we need to create, focus, encourage women to take the cybersecurity. And in all its different areas, artificial intelligence, which was spoken about, Internet of Things, machine learning, or the internet, things like this, we require a greater representation from women, generally, so to speak. And how do we begin this? We start looking at the schools, the colleges, or in institutions where they need to go through this on a regular basis. I'm convinced that they say that the university has the capacity and the capability to consider this as part of its program. It can take many forms. It can become a pioneer program for women. It can look at scholarships, to change its curriculum to address the requirements of the future. Because I would personally like to see women becoming a larger part of the cyber army that is required to meet our future national demands. Dr. Karabi spoke about CSR. I'm sure your CSR and my CSR will move in the right direction. The other important aspect when we want to talk about dissemination is to look at technology, especially audio-visual technology, to promote cybersecurity development. I think Karthik will probably lead with this very speech in the afternoon on the audio-visual aspects of cyber technology. Mr. Karthik is from the Karnataka CyberSec, who's going to be talking to us in the afternoon. Karthik, will just start us, show us.
Yeah, thank you.
So there are two things which I want to touch upon. The penultimate one is slightly controversial. Not many of you will probably raise your hands of support. When I talk of national security threats and challenges, I'm not talking about it in a common way, with the way it's addressed. Any seminar or any symposium is written national security threats and challenges. But I take a different view. What is my threat? My threat emanates from the fact that there is total lack of awareness of national security, a total ignorance of what my enemy is capable of doing. What is it that has happened internally that affects me? For example, in the year 2020, three think tanks got together and we organized a 4-part webinar in China. We were entitled Disciple in China. Colonel Raghavan was also one of the eminent speakers. We had about 87 participants who spoke only on the subject of China. And I was astonished at the knowledge based and how people interpret it. So there is the same kind of knowledge we require in other areas of landscape that unfortunately is not set. And now what are the challenges? The challenges include absence of skills. How many of us today can talk comfortably about national security? And national security has got two phases, the traditional and the non-traditional. I can talk about it with ease because in my service I didn't prepare a textbook because I had to do this day in and day out. I'm sure the others too would also have the same requirement. Now you have absence of skills, talk of skills development. Your lack of capacity. How many of us can in any place talk about capacity we have in trying to look at education in national security? That is one of the biggest failings. We don't have a national defense university, we don't have a national police university. So what are we talking about when we are not able to develop these platforms for dissemination of information? So I think, and we also need to follow a different system where we do away with the status quo system that prevails. तो करना है करेंगे बात की बात देखी जाएगी. That's not going to happen. It should not happen. And last but not the least, I'm sure that this will also be addressed in the afternoon. The coronavirus pandemic, as mentioned, has really brought about the death of the status quo system. You do not do things. You have to improvise to respect the natural demands. And now you have the Russia-Ukraine war. It has upended many theories and many practices. I'm sure Raghavan suspects of it that we will cover it in the afternoon. And there are other areas that we have to develop skills that are information warfare. That's one area which is very, very important. Then you have grey zone warfare. Something like twilight zone, peace and war, what happens in between. Social media management. All of you remember, we had been in Bangalore in 2012-13, how two SMS created so much of panic. 6,400 families to Northeast return to their original languages. So I think we are looking at various methods by which we can derail or create instability. Ladies and gentlemen, India is neither isolated nor insulated from these developments. We have to look at each of them from a very, very professional point of view. And we have to fortify ourselves and create vibrant defense mechanisms and possibly create facilities where we can take the battle to the next step. That would be our point. I think I'll stop here. I think I must thank Dr. Aina and Dr. Karami and his colleagues for the opportunity. It was both an honor and privilege to be here. And I'm sure that you will have more interactions in the future on this very, very interesting subject. Thank you. Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Mr. Raghavan, for sharing your insights on the overview of today's session. Moving ahead, Professor Kuldeep Kumar Raina joined RUS as Vice Chancellor. Dedicating the time. Yeah.
Because of last year's time.
Yes.
Let's talk about the cyber security, not that way.
Thank you very much, for these introductory remarks. A great pleasure that we welcomed our distinguished panelists for the think tank in themselves. Very esteemed Dr. Raghavan for accepting our invitation to be amongst us. So Mr. Habliter, who undoubtedly your opening remarks about this workshop, this awareness camp has been really an eye-opener to me in particular. I'm sure that all those who are listening to us in the online as well as in the offline mode is going to open a new dimension of our thought process. Major General Prasad, a good friend, a colleague, and there's a lot to learn from the experiences which we shall be sharing in due course of time. My good friend, colleague, well-wisher, Dr. Kadambi and Dr. Mohanty, with whom I am sharing the dais. The resource persons are undoubtedly the people of eminence. We thank you all for sparing your valuable time. We know we have many things at our disposal today, but time is something which is a great constraint. I, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the governing body of the Rama University of Applied Sciences, extend a very, very hearty welcome to such an elite think tank people to participate and bring awareness among our stakeholders who always think student first, because they are the catalysts of making a change for the future generations. I compliment the contributions and the efforts of the Department of Computer Science, taking forward from the Faculty of Music and Technology to organize this event, and the Ramaya Public Policy Center, for which we have Dr. Chetan here, which forms an integrated part of our thinking through a different prism, coming forth in this moment when we are facing a lot many challenges, but I see that with each challenge there is going to be a great opportunity too. Friends, the young ones, this is for you, this is for us. I see in this auditorium we have many aspiring people who want to make their career not only in cybersecurity but helping the nation and the nations to be safe. Citizens, corporate social responsibility. I think citizens are there. I would add, Professor Kadambi, it is CCSR because corporate has to be there. There has to be a connect. And corporate doesn't mean charity. Corporate means that there is a business acumen when it comes to the delivery processes and the systems. And yes, we are very much aware that we have to help not only people and safeguard our borders, but I think we have to make everyone safe on this planet. For that, I'm very happy to share with you that the Government of India has given Rama University of Applied Sciences the National Cyber Defense Resource Center, which is a nodal center in the state of Karnataka and Bangalore in particular. So I'm sure that this is an initiation that has been taking place from the good officers of the government of India, but it puts a lot of responsibilities on each one of us to come to the expectations. Furthermore, over the years, as a part of Ramaya Public Policy Center, we had been devoting our attention towards the cutting edge areas with respect to the society, societal needs, environment, and many others, healthcare. But we have seen that in the recent past, there is a great scope and there is an urge to understand the cybersecurity aspects, the national defense aspects as well. So that is also going to be one more offshoot that what we look at in the Ramaya Public Policy Center. Dr. Kadambi and Mr. Havlikar, you set the stage for each one of us, which is exploratory. But we see sometimes these are cyber wars happening, and there is another war going to take place. When, how safe are we? For that, our present generation and we as the academic institutions are not taking much care. One of the concerns that affects each one of us is with not only one mobile phone with us and many, not the dial tone phone now. I think each one of us, if I count, if we are 200 people here, there may be at least 275 mobile phones. And another linkage which connects us, whether it is through the WhatsApp library, whether it is through SMS library or others. You don't see that it is only I and he, she or I who are connecting in WhatsApp. There is something which probably becomes sometimes unimaginable, but someone is watching us. And an example, yesterday evening, it is a case study. Yesterday evening, I had an old friend whom I did not meet in the last 20 years. Sometimes it was Sunday. I started thinking about him. This morning, around 7:45, when I started working on my laptop, I saw his picture. Who connected us? Do we know? Is it cybersecurity? Is it heart-to-heart connection? What is it? That means Uparwala sab dekhta hai. So, and who is this Uparwala? Is probably not CCTV only now, because there are also CCTV in my room. I think there are certain sensory organs. When we think someone is noting it down, we were taught that intelligence of the human being is the utmost and the best. It is we who created artificial intelligence tools. I am sure that you are going to listen to them. How artificial is that intelligence? I told an example. Yesterday evening, today at 7:45, I saw that man. And I sent him a message, where are you? I was thinking about you. So that is what connects not only he and me, not only us, but the global community today. Friends, science is progressing, and what was thought the best at one point of time is changing its dimension, both vertically as well as horizontally. In the scope of changing the world, I think we have a responsibility towards the society. And for that, I'm very happy that when my young friends, students are listening to us at Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, every effort, every think tank talks about how we are going to give best of the education to those who are going to be taught by our teachers and the worthy mentors. For that, I'm sure computer science, certainly we have seen in the last 3 to 5 years, the fulcrum point is shifting, going everyone to computer science. But friends, while selecting a team, don't think computer is the ultimate. I'm sure that the head of the department and the faculty members of computer science will be angry with me. I want you to sustain. But for that, I think your contributions should not be only in the vertical domain. I think we should also separate the knowledge which comes through the best of the brains, best of the mentors, to various programs as well. Not only the core engineering areas, but I think there's a great segment which comes from the social studies, the social sciences, and the legal aspects. And at Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, as you all know, that we have all such facilitations, all such faculties, all such expertise, where we need to have an integrated thought process. How I can use this knowledge for other programs too. This small segment of the students here, you are my friends, the catalysts. I think it is through you, in your hostels, in your PGs, in the dining halls, when we should discuss and deliberate and look at what are going to be the futuristic challenges that the nations will be faced, and our curriculum must be updated accordingly. For that, as an academic administrator of the university, I, along with my colleagues, we do brainstorm on occasions at the Board of Studies level as well as at the academic council level to put best of the curriculum in the forefront of the student. For that, I know we need to train the best of the minds, but through the best of the teachers, best of the thought process. And for that, only faculty is not going to be sufficient today. We have taken a decision at the university level that we shall be also having with us, amongst us, the professors of practice. Whether they come from the corporate, they come from the government organizations, they come from overseas as well. In addition to our own faculty, we are ready to have around 20% of our staff, faculty, who will be coming and training our students. I think that is a milestone for each one of us to share and to acknowledge what the university is doing for the better. For that, I request both Mr. Havlikar as well as Dr. Vijay Raghavan with their connect in the highest of the offices of this country. Sir, please do recommend some of the brilliant minds who will be with us, depending upon their time availability, the time slots. And since COVID has taught us to be in the blended mode as well, I'm sure that we are going to be the catalysts in taking it forward. Mr. Velika, I am very grateful to you. I think about 8 to 9 months back, when we started interacting, and in that interaction, left, right, and center, and today we see that we are all combined, committed to come on a platform where that dream, which we thought, I personally thought it, to be very honest with you, whether it will be reality or not, but today see that what we dreamt today is the reality. I think we have a long way to go, and with that, I still remember the presentation by my friend Colonel Rajan, that when he spoke on the presentation, this, I had my own inhibitions. I think times have changed and erased those inhibitions. Today, we talk in unison, and that unison is for betterment of the society, betterment of the student fraternity, because you are the catalysts. Friends, I tell you honestly, you are not only the citizens of India. I think very soon you will be getting a global passport, because you are going to be the global citizens. In that global citizenship mode, no doubt India is going to play a very, very important and a significant role. All that Indian diaspora, persons of Indian origin, who are making great things and making us proud, I think you are among them. I will not be in between you and Dr. Vijay Raghavan. I am very eager to hear him in person as well. I have heard a couple of discussions in the virtual mode, but being face to face gives a different feeling. I wish this one day awareness program a great luck, a great success. Friends, tomorrow we are celebrating the Karnataka Rajyotsava. I think why can't we devote and dedicate this awareness program for the safety of the people of the state of Karnataka, the safety of every Indian and every person on this planet. Let us have safe today, safe tomorrow, and hereafter too. With these words, thank you very much. I sign off. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Dr. Rana, for your opening remarks. Moving ahead, Dr. M.S. Vijay Raghavan, an alumni of IIT Madras, served in Government of India service for more than 37 years before demitting office as technical advisor from Prime Minister's office in 2013. He was picked up by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, then scientific advisor to Defense Minister, to work with him directly in his office to network institutions through harnessing scientific potential existing in the various institutional mechanisms in the country. Along with Dr. Kalam, he conceived and implemented various national missions whose objective is to transform India to the status of a developed nation by the year 2020. At PMO, Dr. Vijay Raghavan was tasked to shape country's national security through technological empowerment. Dr. Vijay Raghavan is a firm believer of evolving strategies that are built around one's own strength. His core strength is in institution building, policy and planning, and launching of major national programs with the common thread of internal and external integration running all through and towards making India prosperous and secure. He was a member of the high-level national committee formed by the Government of India in 1997, whose recommendations led to opening of Internet in 1998 from the monopoly of BSNL. He was a member of the PM-appointed committee that brought out the report India as Knowledge Superpower Strategy for Transformation in 2001 that was disseminated throughout the country by the Union Planning Commission. In the year 2002, Dr. Vijay Raghavan was called to shape India's first military qualified semiconductor IT production house, that is SITAR, as its founder chief executive officer. He piloted introduction of subsection 70A in the amended Information Technology Act 2000 for protecting critical information infrastructure and establishing National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. In executing these tasks, Dr. Vijay Raghavan has served in different capacities across diverse organizations and ministries, including serving on the board of organizations such as subsidiaries of Reserve Bank of India. Post superannuation, Dr. Vijay Raghavan has been involved in mentoring technology startups in the areas of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and semiconductor technology. Dr. Vijay Raghavan, we are honored to have you with us today. May I please request you to address our audience and deliver the keynote.
Very good morning to all of you. At the very outset, let me thank Professor Raina and our friend for inviting dignitaries, of the guys, faculties, and my dear students. First of all, let me start with greeting all of you on the occasion of Cyber Security Month, October, and Karnataka Rajyotsava celebration starting from tomorrow. I had a quick look at the various topics that are going to be discussed here on the occasion of this cybersecurity awareness. Maharats like Nikuraj Kumar, Konarajan, Sukarti, Gupta, and others, that they are going to be focusing on specific subjects. I thought let me take the liberty of indulging in the general ones. Of course, combined cybersecurity and particularly awareness. A lot of things was talked about this. Awareness. I thought awareness should increase 60 degrees. Not only on cybersecurity but also on what went on cybersecurity earlier and how that has transformed actually due to changing environment and how is it now. So therefore that will give a kind of a chronological picture of how this subject was handled and how old this subject was and what more needs to be done. So let us take a look. So therefore I am going to be indulging in holistic awareness. So before that, let us look at the current challenges, the environment, challenges that we throw, and the possible responses. See, in the past, internet communication and mobile phone density were very low, both due to the affordability and I would call it non-inclusivity. They are all looked at as a luxury items. So today, anybody and everybody can provide internet service. There was a time when only BSNL. So we have to take the monopoly. Yes, I was. Some of us were on the wrong side of the table, opposing our intelligence agencies. Think that no, we should have it under control. Only we know the problems when it is opened up. No. But thanks to now he is no more, at that time chief of NASCOM, and few of us. Then we had to run it down the throat of the government, and who else but his boss, Professor Vidyasagar, was the chairman of the committee who had to push it. And finally, that's it, with all careless that too. So that's all that. So why I'm bringing that particular point is internet was an election at the time. And then similarly mobile phones. Basically because it's not inclusive. Only urban people that are exposed to this, state of the art technology. Look at now today, we are talking of digital India, which disproportionately drives the IT infrastructure and the online and digital activities. And for what purpose? For economic development. Today, I'm yet to find an area where IT cannot be penetrated. It essentially means that we are talking about economic development. Digital India mission is the one that is going to be the primary. I'm sure all of you know that most of the speeches of PM, he pushes, he talks much about the digital India mission, much less about economic development, because now the stage has come when economic development and digital India mission growth, they are synonymous. That's how that. So, proliferation of IT infrastructure, which are the backbone for the digital India mission. And some of you may view COVID as a curse, but some of us in the policy, and Mr. Later will agree with me, we found it as a boon. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. For what? For pushing this digital India mission. Fortunately, we had various elements of this in place much before the COVID came. So it was easy for us to, for example, the direct benefit transfer was all there in the place. And of course, the old school which was there in the Reserve Bank, they resisted it. But higher wisdom prevailed, and that was in place to handle a severe problem arising out of the COVID. So what I meant was, COVID gave the ultimate push to all that is virtual. There is no doubt. Plus, as though this is not enough.
Sit down. Don't disturb the meeting when it's going on, please. Sorry.
The major political developments, geopolitical developments, coming out of the Ukraine war has also helped. What is that geopolitical development that has an impact or bearing on the subject matter of today's discussion is that earlier the role of state actors were peripheral. Today it is rampant. They don't tell you, but we know. And you know whom I am referring to. My northern neighbor and the western neighbor. They are having a field day inside our in the ritual garden. All for what? To destabilize the economy. And as you all know, among the recessions all around, ours is a shining star where our economy is flat. So therefore, this push to the ritual world has given our adversaries a fantastic opportunity, and which they are using in left, right, top, bottom, center. So all these are how the past environment was in the you look at what is in the cybersecurity perspective and how it is getting transformed today. So such a transformation in the environment also brings about various challenges. As I told you, the proliferation of IT infrastructure, that is due to the digital push, our adversarial entities, they are having a field day, so we have threats 360 degrees coming all from them, and therefore there is an increasing need to protect the IT infrastructure. Or IT infrastructure. Earlier it used to be thought that what is a critical information infrastructure. Today, your phone, my phone, a vendor's phone, I think they talked about street auto rickshaw or his phone, everything needs to be protected. Very, very serious. Because the technology by which we can make use of an individual phone has totally changed over the years. I will deal with that later. So these are the challenges. And Dr. Kadambi, he quoted few words from Dr. Kalam, and I could find a picture here. So therefore I am compelled to give a K connect. You will have a different meaning for a K connect, but my K connect is Kalam connect on with cybersecurity. Kalam envisioned an India which is not only prosperous but also secure. And he gave a different name for that. He called it a developed India. His definition of a developed India is an India which is both prosperous as well as secure. And naturally, he's a technologist. He's not a politician or a social thinker. He's a technologist. As a hardcore technologist, what was haunting him was, how do I integrate technology into the prosperity as well as the security aspect of it. So way back in 1997, if I remember right, July 1997, he set up a national fund with the approval of then Defense Minister Raghavan, charged for that. One Air Commodore Gopal Swami, who was at that time Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Dynamics, which makes missiles. He was the chairman, and I was the member secretary for that particular task force. In our opinion, it was the first time we discussed or addressed what is called as a comprehensive national security. All along, as you pointed out correctly, people were not, at the helm, were not knowing the difference between security and defense. They all gave all kinds of definitions. So in this document, in the Comprehensive National Security, what we brought out was not the theoretical views on national security, how we are technologists, from the prism of technology, how we can view national security and what results out of that. So when we had that particular exercise done, we found what came out of that is three elements which together forms the national security. One is the internal security. The other one is external security, whose euphemism is also called defense. And everything else, no exception, absolutely no exception, is economic security. From economic development to how my security situation gets affected if I use plastics. You see the swing. Everything constitutes economic security. Should I, push for more use of plastics or more use of biodegradable things? From that spectrum to improving my, production infrastructure. So everything forms economic security. And what is the one that connects these three pillars? We call technology is the one. So what does it mean? Take the case of cybersecurity. Today we are dealing with cybersecurity. I develop a technology that will protect my, let us say, my computing system. Right? But how many such computing systems are there? And if I set up a shop which can make that particular product, I'm going to, contribute to the economic growth. So you see, the technology, one that contributes to protecting my system, also contributes to the economic growth. So this is what, in the words of Kalam, we called it Yoga Kshema. Yogam means prosperity. Kshema means how do I retain the prosperity. Kshema. So this is the main focus theme. And other theme of that particular report was any strategy that you think of should build around your strength. If any strategy, when it is built from a borrowed strength, it is unstable. It doesn't work for a long time. So this is the brief summary of something like 1,200 pages report, in which about 400,000 man hours is spent for a read of this, and we present it to the full cabinet of 27 cabinet ministers and with the National Security Advisor, with the principal advisor to the Prime Minister, Vijay Krishna present. This was done in August 1998, and we were asked to prepare a note. We and Gopal Swami prepared the note. But the long story short, on 16th November 1998, National Security Council was established for the first time, with the Prime Minister as the chairman, and we have the External Affairs Minister, the Finance Minister, the Defense Minister, the Home Minister as members of the Council. And of course, the rest of the things are National Security Council, Secretariat, advisors and all. So this is how if I recall the past history. So all the initiatives, particularly when it came to, at that time, cybersecurity was submerged into the information security domain, as he pointed out. So all initiatives in the digital domains call for bolstering the cybersecurity. And I used to tell some of my friends and colleagues, this subject of cybersecurity is the fastest growing area with 0% unemployment. People used to talk only about how much employment. This is 0% unemployment. Moment you are familiar with cybersecurity, moment you know, don't I even have to have a degree. A 8th class for me, and our friend later will bear with me and support me. Some of us were requiring a 7th class and 8th class people. See, I'm going in a highway, in a Mercedes Benz. Yes, very costly. Suddenly breaks down. Because it is Mercedes Benz, I am not going to be finding out who is the best IITN who can come and repair my Benz. I will be looking for a wayside mechanic. He is the one who can fix up the things. So some of us who have been given the task of protection, they can't be indulging in a theoretical domain as to this can be done, that can be done. If something has to be attacked, it has to be attacked. And reported back saying that, yes, such a structure was there and no more there. That's it. Over. And not that, no, we made this, that, nothing. So therefore, this is the type of thing that cybersecurity has evolved into, and that's why I am confidently saying this is one area where there is 0% unemployment. And it provides equal opportunity across age, gender, and discipline. So I would like to recall some of the cybersecurity initiatives in the past taken by Dr. Kalam and just run through. Quite some time back, in 1999, you may be knowing that we can't talk much about it because it is inside the system. I am 13 years outside the system, so I can take the info. We launched a major program. This is just after the National Security Council was established. So I was asked, we were discussing, and then Kalam told me, prepare a note. So we prepared a note for offensive defense program. No nonsense program. Involving this organization, Center for Artificial Intelligence, Indian Institute of Science, and agencies with NSA as the chairman. So you have the whole spectrum of a user sitting here. The taker represents a user agency, and we have a developer sitting here representing here, and academic institution where we brought Indian Institute of Science, Bharat University. So that program I'm still continuing, and I'm told it did very well. So I would address the man in that position. And when Kalam moved out and became the principal scientific advisor, I was also dragged into that whirlpool. So I also shifted from South Block to North Block, Indian Women Annex, away from both the blocks, without any block. So here what we did was, Kalam was also the chairman of TIFAC. So in that capacity, huge amount of work went into it, bringing out this document which was released by our then Prime Minister last time. India Vision 2020, that I think all of you are familiar with. So when I went there, I have nothing to do with TIFAC, but I have everything to do with the comprehensive national security document. So I was talking to him whether can we merge these two, integrate these two. One talks about economic development, Vision 2020. How do I invest and where do we invest? After investment, how the economic growth would be, what will be the growth projection for the next 20 years, or the growth. And we blokes are talking about the security. So growth and security, yoga kshema, why not we have? So India Millennium Vision 2020 was a must, and it was also given some 100 crores or 150 crores in the budget, following year's budget. And one of the missions that emerged out of that is an education mission called REACH. REACH is an acronym for Relevance and Excellence in Reaching New Heights in Education Institutions. And I'm very happy that when this was launched in 2000, one of the earliest institutions to be a recipient of this REACH program is M.S. Ramaiah University. M.S. Ramaiah So TIFAC score it is called. I don't know where it is today. It is in the old campus of new campus. So it's been functioning on a digital image processing. That was the subject that was they have picked up. The uniqueness of the program is that all the three pillars, academy, the government, and the industry, they participated in equal measure. Which means not that academy brings in the space and all that, and other two fellows bringing the money. Everybody has to bring the money because those times when we opened up the education industry to private sector and all that, people who entered are anyone and everyone other than connected with education. So therefore we had a tough time. So we have to be very clear that when government is bringing money, when industry is bringing money, you should also bring the money. Because tomorrow what will happen is infrastructure, today it is there. Then once the management changes, they will say, okay, forget about it, we will give it a hotel, so this, your laboratory will become one of the rooms, so we don't want those kind of things. So therefore, and that is how this TIFAC 4 was established. 8 were established in the year 2000, and one of the first 8 is this. And we also established in cyber security another TIFAC 4 in Amrita in Coimbatore. So the seed for cyber security, creating a center of excellence where the industry is driving the academic institution on a directed basic research with government as a facilitator. The seed was sown 20 years back, more than 2 decades back. So this is how that.
So we got one in Punjab, Shaitan was in Punjab.
Oh, Punjab, yes. Yeah, Agro-Biotech, a topper institute.
Yes, I was there. I was a part of it.
Oh. Full circle. Okay. So today we have 37 such TIFAC courses in diverse fields, and since I was in the first mission director, that even though I was not a part of Department of Science and Technology, so Professor Ram was the secretary at that time. He forced me, you have to be the mission director. So that's how I had to have that. So all these are fully networked. It is not that each one is a silo. So otherwise the question of comprehensiveness doesn't come. So all the electronics manufacturing type of fellows that are connected, the life sciences fellows that are connected, manufacturing fellows that are connected, like that. From northeast, we have one in Dibrugarh, to one in Surat, and Patiala to Sivakasi. All, so this is thanks to Dr. Kalam's vision. So I was triggered by his speech and his reference and photographs. Oh, you are there. Good, excellent. So post Kalam's period also this action on cybersecurity continued. That was the time when after a few stints in Bangalore under DRDO, I was again pulled to PMO for technology activities on national security. So there we initiated what is called as a Smart and Secure Environment, SSE program. That was the first time integrated 8 institutions under the leadership of IIT Madras. Professor Raghavan was driving the whole program. And these 8 institutions have different governmental structure. One is a private university, one is a central university, one is a autonomous institution, and one is autonomous college. All kinds of community. Because Raghavan was very keen to see whether all these diverse things, whether they can come together. Okay. And we are one short of the Navagrahas, but 8. It was looking different directions, but thanks to this program and Professor Raghavan, all the Grahas for the first time are looking at each other and working. And then, of course, see, till when the first ID Act was released in 2000, there was one Section 70. That Section 70 is an omnibus section where any computer, whether your personal computer or what, or a complete NIC infrastructure, all are treated equally. That way, equitable treatment was given. But with cybersecurity threats and challenges were mounting, we thought that that's not the way it has to be done. So again, here I must thank 2 of my bosses, the chairman and the NSA at that time, M.K. Narayanan. So they gave me full freedom to interact with the NSA, and despite, of course, departmental issues, we were able to ram it down the throat again, because they had a very powerful lawyer come politician who was manning both the law department and the electronics department, statistical. So despite the post, and divided the Section 70 into Section 70A and Section 70B. Section 70A was focusing on critical information infrastructure, one which is extremely critical. Anything that happens to it will directly impact on national security. And the other one is yours and mine computers and rest of it. That is Section 70. So, okay, you have created this, but there must be an institution which has to be empowered to handle that particular section. So we have to create National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, NCIPC. So that was also done, and then the first guidelines for protecting the National Critical Information Infrastructure was released in 2013, just a few days before this one, with the new National Security Advisor at that time, Menon proposal. This is post-Kalam, all related to cybersecurity. So if you look at the specific, I talked about the general challenges, but if you look at the specific challenges that you have, the current environment, if you look at it, see, growing dependence on IT and the net. Without IT infrastructure and without net, nothing is moving today, and nothing will move into the foreseeable future. Okay, you can separate it out. And increasing financial transactions are taking place. We know today, we had the good fortune to discuss with Rajiv, because at that time he was dealing with my department directly. So therefore, little intimacy. He was giving me few statistics. Today, as we are talking, there are 80 crore mobile phones in the country. 80 crore. In a population of 130 crore, 80 crore mobile phones. And he says in between next 2 to 3 years, 125 crore. Whether the population will grow that much, I don't know, proportionately, but 125 crore by 2025, 2026 time frame. That is frightening. 125 crores. We are talking about 1,250, 1.2 billion mobile phones. If you don't bring in China, I think this is it will frighten the United Nations. That's the type of the number that we are talking of in India. So all these fellows who are holding a mobile phone, to high-end infrastructure have to be protected, and they are 99%. So only this 1% is giving you the trouble to the balance 99%. So I have to protect this 99% from this 1%. I'll tell you simply, you may be wondering what is this mobile phone and IT infrastructure all being equated as same type of this one. See, today the easiest thing for me, coming from a intelligence background, is that to infect the mobile phone. Very easy, extremely easy. What do I do by infecting? The two things. If a law and follow, that is a chunamunos, those guys will be stealing your, your bank passports, from few money they may take. That's all. I'm looking from the deep perspective. But suppose, but most of them they don't do that. Most of the fellows who infect your phone, they let it wait. Then at the right opportunity, assuming that instead of 80 crores, 50 crore phones, all the 50 crore phones are simultaneously triggered for a particular action. Then we have 50 crore army of attackers who can attack an information system. Let it be Pentagon system, let it be anything which you call as a fortress, it can be attacked. Varying damages, I agree, but damage is certain. Now, fine, let us say US system is attacked. They are going to be asking us, find out. Then we have to keep the list of these 50 crore people, select whomever you want. What we can do? Assuming one fellow is selected, and that fellow is a street vendor. That fellow will say, I don't know anything, I use it only for talking to my children or this one. But he doesn't know that his phone is infected, and his phone has been used as an instrument along with the balance 50 crore minus one phones to attack it. Are you getting the magnitude of the problem? That's how I'm connecting a phone with a critical information infrastructure. So therefore, the moment I say 80 crore to 125 crores, the responsibility of the government grows disproportionately, and that is staggering. So nothing can be more important to the government than cyber security, and rightfully in every forum, whether it is an international forum or a forum within the country. I think I'm sure all of you youngsters must have seen India signing pacts with X country, Y country. And I will see one of the things will always be cyber security. It's really funny, let me tell you. Ukraine war, among various things, has taught me one thing. The days of globalization is over. De-globalization has started. Everybody wants to protect themselves, no question of it. The supply chain, we saw how badly got screwed up. But when it comes to cyber security, when it comes to protecting your system, exactly opposite happens. Without globalization, nothing will work. That means my team, along with teams from all over the world, will be utilized for this. One funny incident happened. That was time and Narayan. So we had one dialogue meetings and all that. So our team for cyber security assuredly hardly 25 hours. And then a big assignment was coming to us. And then NSA wanted to have a meeting. So I know one of the questions is how many guys you have. First, the traditional system believes in how many people you have. You is inverted commas. But physically, that means they have to report to you, salam, every day. Now, how do I prepare myself? How do I say 25? So, let me handle it first. I went there, surprise of surprise, my man got his old man, the peer. And as expected, he said the same thing. He asked, how many guys you have? Fortunately, since I thought about it, then I looked at my chart. Roughly about 55,000 people. Huh? 55,000 people. Prasad Rao. Singapore. 55,000 people. How? Where are they located? Every time zone of the world. Because why I am bringing that particular point is coordinated action is the one that will provide success to a bad operation in cybersecurity. Okay. Unlike the deglobalization that is taking place thanks to the Ukraine war, exactly opposite. Keep that in mind. So don't be swayed away by deglobalization. When it comes to cybersecurity, you guys are unique. Without global cooperation, you can't do anything. That's why we are asking cooperation and cybersecurity all over the place. So therefore, we have a situation where it's a coordinated effort. That's a challenge. And how do we deal with the challenge? The response should also be coordinated. It can't be a disaggregated type of a response. A coordinated challenge has to be met with a coordinated response. Okay. So, coming again back to the environment, we have the digital governance and then the nature, severity and volume of breaches, frauds, haste, all increase manifold. And then particularly the Chinese threat also is increased manifold. You have seen apps, Chinese apps, loan apps, what havoc it is creating. And similarly IT products. Anything that you talk of electronics is only the Chinese follows. It means Trojans all over the country. And then what do they do? If you look at funding, Chinese are the one who funds for cyber offensive tools maximum. See, in my time I have to deal with one unit 61486. It was operating, very close friend of Eblaker. Unit 61486. Operating over Shandong. And they are the ones that have been pumped heavily and they are the leaders in cyber offensive tools development. So these are all the challenges that happen. So as I said, the response should be in a coordinated mode, partnership. So I think Kadambi was very kind enough to tell about Atmabodh and all that. I don't know whether you are familiar with the term Atmabodh. So way back when I came like a frog, I was frog in the well sitting in DLR Hyderabad, brought to Delhi. Never knowing Delhi culture, not the the hierarchical infrastructure of DRDO. Absolutely first time. And then my old man, in the picture he asked me, tell me, because at that time he took over as the scientific advisor. Tell me, what do I do with DRDO? I thought, see, if somebody is asking me, the chief, what do I do with DRDO? I had to laugh and so it's lunchtime ago. I'm asking you a question, you are telling me that, what do you do with DRDO? We are talking serious business. Sir, it's a very deep question. Can you give me time till tomorrow morning? Yeah, okay. Then yesterday I think the time has come to shut down here. Why? See, we are having some definitional problems in here. Sorry, no offensive meant on individuals. Then we said, what is the definitional problems? See, in here too there is a confusion. Who is the boss and who is the subordinate? I am the boss, I am scientific at this. I am not talking about that. My definition of boss is one who gives money is the boss. One who is tasking you to do something by giving you contract, money is the boss. If somebody says build a tank like this, the guy who says build a tank is the boss. And you are a service provider. You provide service, technological service, development service. You have only that responsibility because production is done by somebody else. So you need to start. And I feel that we are moving away from that. Number one. Number two is there are many activities which we don't have to do. For example, agriculture activities. We have different agriculture research laboratory, we have and then on top of it, we have food. One more. Right here in Karnataka, in Mysore, we have different food and technological DFTR. Chapatis and this one are being made. No, I'm not saying this. See, there is a rationale when it was formed. Yes, my soldier who's stationed in Leh, he also deserves to drink coconut water. He also deserves to have chapatis and all that. Why he is being delayed? No doubt on that. But the thing is, should not be involved. That's it. You have an opposite. The opposite to DFTR is the CFTR, Central Food and Technological Research Laboratory under the CSIR. What is the problem in tasking them? So this is where there was no coordinated way. The coordinated way of doing things was missing. Okay. So therefore, to do that also, we should know which are the ones which I have with whom I can coordinate. So therefore, we started what is called Atma Bodh. Atma is one which is internal, Bodh is enlightenment. To know about yourself is an enlightenment. So here the know about whom, know about where. So that's how we started the Atma Bodh, and it's an 18-volume document, completely giving what are the capital assets that DRDO has, technological assets that we have, human resource assets, certain specific capabilities, everything was mapped. And it was made available to every laboratory. So you use whomsoever you want. So every program was ensured that unless the 3-4 laboratories come together, the programs getting approved is a distant process. So like this, that's how the Atma Bodh came, and that's how we have to be. So here, if you look at the developed India, we have the academia, R&D, industry, and the governance. They have to work in a coordinated manner. And today we are, with the cyber security as a focus, even MSMEs have been asked to report incidents within 3 hours. 3 hours of any cyber security incident, even MSME. Assuming I'm having a shop, my annual turnover is 16 lakhs. How do I first of all, I do not know what is cyber security. First of all, I do not know what is a computer. It's about one fellow comes and he operates and that's all. And on top of it, cyber security. On top of it, I have to report an incident within. It's a tall order. But as I told you, how the cell phone, individual cell phone can be compromised and then made to do bigger things. So these things are required. Government cannot move away from that. So such things are growing. So that is where government decided that cyber security awareness. So I give a new perspective for cyber security awareness. That means make everyone aware, not only the elites sitting here, the students, schools, school boys, street vendors. Yeah, you have different programs. Yes, one size will not fit all. The way you tell your students, in the same way you cannot be telling a street vendor how to protect your things. Don't open any apps, don't use this app, that app, or nothing, different way of communication. So that has to be evolved. So cyber security awareness is everything. So if you put together the type of people who are needed, way back, I'm telling you 2007, 2008 in one of the NSCS meetings, we said we require about 700,000 people by 2010. Now 1 decade over, probably next decade has started 2 years over into that. I don't know, but I am guessing if it may not be, I am not putting a linear, it's a non-linear extrapolation also. It will be something like a million by 2030. I am giving the next one more decade. So 1 million people. So therefore I am justified in saying that cyber security subject has got 0% unemployment. Okay, so this is what we have to keep, and then the part of it will be used for development, part of it is used for implementation, and the rest of it will be used in cyber security awareness. Okay, and the central and state governments are working together on this. I want to end this one with only one initiative. I find somebody from Karnataka government. Oh, you are good. I'm sure you must be knowing about Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, CADA. Okay, they keep taking my advice every now and then. So this mission has a program called Beyond Bangalore. Okay, now in that they are expanding into various areas, Mysuru, Dharwad, Hubli, Bangalore, like that. In Mysuru, they have identified Mysore for cyber security. What does it mean? It means the entire focus of the Karnataka government in respect of cyber security will be from Mysore. Mysore is going to be the torch bearer of cyber security for all places in Karnataka. Okay. Very recently we set up a center of excellence in this one where the cyber security has been gamified. We had a red team, a white team, and one scenario is given. How do I protect my metro system? The red team's job is to ensure that derailment takes place. The blue team's job is to ensure that that is prevented. Actual, and there is no entry barrier in the form of you must be qualified. This anybody. So to prove the point, we selected the students in the age group of 10 to 14. 15 is overaged. And what a brilliant coders they are. Brilliant coders. Okay. Fortunately, they come from National Public School and two other schools. Beautifully. So this is how such an initiative is taken place in Karnataka, and in the next few years, Mysore is going to be bubbling with cyber security activities. Okay, and also, of course, they have identified the semiconductors also. Some 28,000 crore investment is coming on greenfield semiconductor fabricating facility. So we recently had a big seminar bringing all the industries and connected with semiconductors and cyber security in Mysore. I sent it to, I don't know whether I sent that information to Dr. Saran, but I'll keep you guys informed on that. But this is an initiative that is happening everywhere. So, lot of things are happening. So, awareness means not just on cyber security alone, awareness on various initiatives that are happening. How do we harness those initiatives in a coordinated way without, without any ego coming in the way of us and the participating organizations? Then I'm sure our cybersecurity, challenges can be very easily met. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavan, for an eye-opening session. Now, may I request Dr. Kadambi to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Raghavan.
Mr. Applicant, request you.
Oh, sorry.
It is red colored. And all security boxes are put in the color code.
Color light.
Was thought to be 2000. Then I got a proposal for this mission reach back program. There were two proposals from us. One was on magnetic materials and second was on agrobiotechnology. One out of 7.
May I now request Mr. T.M. Hedlikar to receive the token of appreciation. And a token of appreciation to our Vice Chancellor. Okay.
So they are so generous.
Kumar Raina.
You don't need it. Thank you. Thank you. So let's all put hands together. When we go to Haridwar, we say Ganga.
Professor J.B. Prasad.
Touch the dance. People were not given in the first place what this mission leads. No, we got presentation, you come on for the presentation. History. We got over 4.35 crores that time.
So now we shall be taking a small tea break. Before that, I would request all the ladies and gentlemen to rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन
15 minutes. So we will be meeting back in the same auditorium after 15 minutes. The tea is ready before 9. Welcome back. We move forward with our next session. Dr. Rituraj Kumar received his master's from IIT Bangalore and PhD from IIT Delhi. Is currently the Associate Director, Center for AI and Robotics Bangalore. His research interests include survivable network analysis, critical infrastructure protection, and endpoint security. He is involved in design and development of net-centric systems, especially focusing on the issues of information architectures, design patterns, and system integration. He has published several papers in journals and in international and national conferences and holds various patents. He has received the Scientist of the Year Award 2012, National Technology Day 2012, and the National Science Day 2005 commendation. May I please call upon Dr. Rituraj Kumar to address our audience on the topic India's cybersecurity threats and challenges.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Professor Sani and Professor Kadambi for inviting me here. So today I'm going to be talking on India's cybersecurity threats and challenges. That's the theme that Professor Kadambi gave to me. And as Dr. Ablikar and Dr. Vijay Raghavan brought out in the morning, there are many perspectives to this theme, and each one of them is potentially a full semester course. So, since I was talking to primarily students and faculty of Ramaiah today, and I have been given a small bit of time, so I have taken the liberty to only choose things which are going to be A, of interest and the faculty, of interest to the students and faculty here, and B, certain ways in which people who are listening to this can potentially, as citizens, benefit by improving their own personal security posture when they are interacting with the digital world. So that's my focus, because I've just got about 30 minutes. So moving ahead. Okay. So we live in a world of abundance. So this is what existed in 1980, which was the good old NSFNet. I'm not sure whether the people today would remember, but there was something called the National Science Foundation Network, created by the US universities, which was the precursor to what we see as this, which is the internet today, which is having scale-free network properties. So something that began as a well-structured network in the 1980s, as derived out of ARPANET, which was a US defense project, emerged into a very, very large gigabit scale network showing now scale-free properties. So this is the age of abundance. So we see processing speed doubling every 12 to 18 months. We see storage densities doubling every 12 months. We see bandwidth doubling every 12 months. and we start seeing the falling cost with respect to cost per byte, cost per bits per second, cost for everything. So this is the age of abundance. So when we say that the smartphones are going to be moving from 80 crores to 125 crores, it's because it's in the age of abundance. Number two, you move from a network from here to here. Now once you get into the scale-free space, which I'm sure students and faculty would understand, that you start getting power law properties in scale-free networks. And once you have power law properties coming in, those are like the second order effects with respect to what this network can do and not do. And these are very, very different from traditional descriptions of simple networks like this. These could be social networks, these could be technology networks, these could be anything. So therefore the nature of properties that start emerging in scale-free networks is something that has happened at a global scale for the internet, and as of yet there does not exist a network large enough apart from the internet which can demonstrate those kind of properties. So this is the nature of abundance. So you have it becoming pervasive, and once it becomes pervasive, you have a scale which starts giving you properties. Now those properties could be good, those properties could be bad. Now when we start looking at the cyber infrastructure, before I get into some technical mumbo jumbo, the top level, one or two things. At the lowest level, you have various traditional systems. You would have software. Softwares have existed for more than 50 years now. You would have software, you have some hardware, you have some network, you have some control systems. These are all the traditional systems, the physical systems that we can understand. Now, using these systems, the next layer that is built is the critical infrastructure. So now these systems on the internet, which is at the level of scale-free network, are coming together to create what is called as a critical infrastructure, and we'll deal more about this critical infrastructure as we go on. And then, using this critical infrastructure, you have organizations that are running. So you could have government organizations, you could have academic institutions, you could be having various things that are running. So therefore now there is a depends-on relationships that start getting established. You have institutions that are dependent on critical infrastructure. You have critical infrastructure that starts getting dependent upon actual physical nuts and bolts of the system. And in what I'm going to talk today, I'm going to give you a glimpse of how this dependence is actually not just a strength but a weakness. And that's the essence of cybersecurity. How do you start understanding the nature of this very complex dependence? It's not just one single arrow, that's only for the picture. So let's look at the most fundamental components of any network. There is an end user equipment, there is some network, and there is some centralized servers. So say for example, this session is being recorded, live streamed on YouTube. This is me talking here. There is some internet service provider going through Ramaya, and this is YouTube. Right? Now you could be potentially having evil Eve sitting, evil Eve in the cybersecurity context, it should not be taken in any other way. So you could be having evil Eve sitting on all three. Now let's understand where the security problems lie. And in such a very simplistic model, this is not a complete thing. So in each one of these three elements, we could be having three components. You could be having a data plane, a control plane, and a management plane. These are the three basic descriptions in computer science. So the data plane refers to the actual data that is being created by a user of the system at the endpoint. The control plane on this computer is the binaries that are running, and the management plane defines the configurations that defines the behavior of the binaries, behavior of the control plane. So strictly speaking, in any computer, the management plane defines the behavior of the control plane, and the control plane is supposed to operate on the data plane, right? But the way systems are built, the inherent weaknesses of the system are that the data plane can alter the control plane and can alter the management plane. So that's where the weakness begins. So as an adversary, the adversary has access only to the data plane. Physically, this system is not being tampered by anyone. But if this system is being compromised, that means there is data that is coming to the system, and because of the weakness in its implementation, that data can actually jump to the control plane and management plane. So while the relationship should have been strictly one directional, the enforcement of one directional in modern operating systems is rather weak. And that's where the problem is on this side. That's why evil Eve has a play here. Now let's come to this guy. This is the network routers. Let's say the Ramaya University of Applied Sciences campus network itself. And I'll be taking certain examples which are, not real examples because I don't know what happens in the university, but typically, I've been a student a few years ago as well. As far as the backbone network is concerned, the data plane is what is going through the routers. In most cases, if you are making a TLS connection, say between this and this, what is happening in YouTube now, the data plane is encrypted when it comes here. The control plane is essentially the forwarding and the routing plane, while the management plane is what you configure. So now the question is, what is the mechanism by which this control and management plane integrity can be preserved? The data plane security is not the issue. So many routing companies talk about saying, I implement IPsec. That's not the issue because the security has to be implemented between this and that. The crux is not the IPsec that this guy implements because this guy is potentially going to get encrypted data in any case. The crux is, can the integrity of its control plane and management plane be protected? And similarly, moving to this guy, what is the integrity of the control and management plane? So when it comes to the control and management plane, the primary security property that needs to be fixed is integrity, which is the least talked about of it. And when it comes to data plane, that's why you have issues of confidentiality, privacy and things like that. Okay. So the security of the data plane is the crux of what is spoken about publicly, but the real technical issues which cause security weaknesses are the issues related to the control and management plane. And we will see through certain examples how the weaknesses of the control and management plane are actually exploited. Of course, I will not do an exploit here. So now in the interest of time, I am going to move a little fast. I am going to be covering just a small snapshot of stuff that would be of interest to potentially students and faculty here. I am not going to be covering the policy aspects. As you rightly brought out, I am still in service. So I am going to be covering just 4 things as a snapshot. So this is not to be taken as a complete set. The first is, which I believe as an extremely important thing, is protecting the security of citizen identity. Because if you are talking about national level security threats and challenges, then in my judgment, the first and the most fundamental problem that we face today as a nation is how to protect individual citizen identity. Okay? And we need this identity information in order to do routine financial transactions. You and me as a citizen, forget that I am a government servant, forget the fact that you are a student or a faculty, that doesn't matter. As individuals, we need identity to perform various financial transactions. We need identity to perform a government to citizen transaction. So if I have to go to a BBMP website and I have to pay my property tax, I'm back to establishing something that needs citizen identity. So the more we talk about digital India, the more we are talking about G2C transactions which are based on citizen identity. Therefore, protection of citizen identity, in my judgment, is one of the most foundational problems that we face today in the country. The second problem that I am going to talk about is endpoint security. I explained in my previous slide that the fundamental problem is not about encryption of data planes. Google ki security is not about, sorry. I don't want to get into
No problem. He lunch there after lunch. Thank you. Good question.
Sorry, we can repeat your
No regrets.
Yeah, so coming to the endpoint security. So here the crux of the problem is, as I mentioned, how do you ensure integrity and of the control and the management plane? The integrity of the control and management plane can be compromised through supply chain interdiction, which is what certain ports of origin give us as a problem. So I'm sure most of us would have read newspapers. There was a great person called Snowden, right? Most of us must be aware of Snowden revelations, which shook US government. What was the essence of Snowden revelation? The essence of Snowden revelation was he was working with the US government, and he claims that there exists something called an ant catalog. You can actually go to the Google and search something called an ant catalog, A-N-T. And that ant catalog is something that was created by Snowden, saying how supply chains of items like this Dell desktop, I think this is Dell, yeah, or HP or Cisco or anything that is coming from any port of supply in the world, including these big brands, is potentially compromised in a way that has hardware implants, which you as a user or as an agency cannot see and figure out that something bad has been done. So there is a complete catalog available on the internet called the Ant catalog, which you should read. I mean, none of us may be competent to, because you can't validate it, so you can't say whether it is right or wrong. It's just a piece of speculation. But it is revealing to understand the extent to which potentially a supply chain interdiction can actually introduce a compromise in the integrity of the control and management plane. So that is supply chain interdiction and embedded malware. So this is one key issue when we talk of endpoints. The endpoint can be a desktop, a laptop, a smartphone, systems we see today. We may call something by similar sounding names. We may use computer science fundamentals in the same way, but these operating systems are far weaker as compared to the original design principles with which things started. So what is to be done to containerize this problem? That's the second part. So endpoint security is a huge concern at the national level. So if you look at it in India, what are the problems? The biggest problem is citizen identity. The second biggest problem is endpoint security. The third critical problem, which was also alluded to, is critical infrastructure protection. So as I mentioned in my previous slide, that organizations, academic, government, private, hospitals, everything depends on critical infrastructure. Today you cannot have every organization creating its own infrastructure, right? So if you depend upon critical infrastructure, the critical infrastructure could be power, critical infrastructure could be backbone networks, critical infrastructure can be anything. If you depend upon critical infrastructure for your functioning, then the threat to the critical infrastructure also becomes important, because if that critical infrastructure were to go down, then the entire edifice above it doesn't work. So you must have read in the US-Ukraine war, one of the things that recently happened about 10 days ago was that the power grid of Ukraine was knocked out using drones. You're not killing people, right? Why knock off the power grid? Because as the nations start getting more and more advanced, they are going to get dependent on critical infrastructure, which is running on power. You knock off the power, you've knocked out the nation, because now the nation's governance itself cannot work. The people cannot communicate. So therefore, the threat to critical infrastructure is, in my judgment, the third most important thing, without getting into specifics of what is relevant for defense and what is relevant for intelligence, because those areas I will not get into. And finally, the fourth threat, which is equally important in my judgment, is the threat to industrial IoT. Now, there is a huge push to move into a networked industry environment. Industry 4.0, people have already started talking about it. And Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0. And one of the biggest drivers of 5G networks in India was not that you and me need a faster YouTube. I mean, with the existing 4G itself and the broadband, you can get it in high definition. You don't need to go faster than that, really. The push to 5G is primarily fueled by the needs of Industry 4.0 and 5.0. And one of the critical components of Industry 4.0 onwards would be industrial IoT. And I would show you how industrial IoT begins to inherit the vulnerabilities and the threats associated to internet. So till now you had manufacturing, which was considered, so if you were making Sundaram fasteners on the outskirts of Bangalore, didn't have to worry about threats on the internet. He was making a fastener for a automobile, that coolant tank. So he didn't have to worry what's happening in the cyberspace. I mean, he had to worry because his own personal laptop may be compromised, but not because Sundaram fasteners is going to be compromised. But now suddenly with IoT, he potentially has to worry about that. So the industry 4.0 takes the vulnerabilities and problems of the internet right into manufacturing sector, which erstwhile was isolated from most of that. So therefore, in my judgment and within the given time, I have chosen just 4 areas to talk about to you today. So a snapshot of a snapshot, and as I go ahead, I will keep creating those snapshots. So first is the citizen identity. I think I am missing out on the title slide, so I leave that to the audience to fill up on its own.
Some access.
Exactly. So that's part of the security. So because this is being live streamed, now nobody can figure out in posterity what happened. Okay. So I'm happy about that. So when it comes to citizen identity, I think let's set some definitions right to begin with. Firstly, we need to have clarity on what is an identifier and what is an authenticator. Suppose I say that there is a list of all the people in studying in Ramaiah, all students. That is defining the identity of the people, right? Does it need to be secure? We are giving our identity everyone. Today I came in the morning, all these great people from who served even in intelligence organizations happily gave me their visiting card. So obviously identity was not the issue, right? Otherwise you shouldn't be telling me what's your name. So therefore, when it comes to identity, the essence is that it needs to be unique. If you have a computer and you are creating usernames, username defines the identity of a user who is going to use the system, right? So one essential property of identity is that it has to be unique. If 2 people have the same name, now you have to get, okay, he is from Tamil Nadu, he is from Delhi, his date of birth is this, his date of birth is this. You have to have some differentiator, right? So ultimately, you have to come up with something that becomes unique. But an identity doesn't need to be secret. We routinely share identity with each other, right? You want to open a bank account, you have to give your identity information. You want to buy a SIM card, you have to give your identity information. Every time you go and have a cup of coffee, you leave your fingerprints behind. You go and have an eye test, you got your iris data behind. Correct? So identity is something that is not secret. Identity is something that is meant to be shared. Identity typically is a constant. You can't change your fingerprint, right? It's a constant. You can't change your iris. Once a username is created in a computer, you typically, if you want to change it, you have to drop that user and create another user. You don't change a username, you can change a password. So identities are typically unique, not secret and constant. Now since they are not secret, there is no security problem associated with identity. The problem is, if someone claims I am so and so, then there has to be a challenge response. Which means he has to prove that I am the person who is claiming this identity through an authenticator. In a standard computer, that could be a password. In modern day working, it could be a OTP, it could be anything. Now, the authenticator is a proof of identity. Identifier is a claim. This is a proof. Now, this is not unique. It needs to be secret and is not constant. You can change it. OTP changes every time, right? And it has a temporal validity. Now, given that it is a secret, because if it is not a secret, anyone can make a claim and establish the proof as well. Therefore, all the security problems of citizen identity are about the security of the authenticator. Are we clear? So when we say citizen identity is the problem, actually it is the authenticator of identity which is the problem. And we do not have good enough mechanisms to protect the authenticators. And let's see some examples. As you know, there is no perfect security, and this is a slide that I have typically created for students here to practice themselves and to potentially become evangelists in due course of time. If you have to take it to the villages and Hooghly and places like that, it has to happen on the backbone of the student community, technically qualified student community. It is neither going to be that you will have a Ramaiah kind of institution in a village, nor is the government of India going to send its best people there to teach So it has to be the student community which takes it to its homes, its places, and things like that. So therefore, this is the slide for the students. The first important thing, if you have to protect an authenticator, is channel diversity. India was amongst the first countries to bring out the notion of an OTP in addition to a password for all financial transactions. It doesn't exist even today in the US. Okay. Since India had the option of being a late mover, it could actually adopt more technology when it did move. Now, at that time when the OTP was introduced, you would typically do a financial transaction on a desktop or a laptop, and you had a feature phone on which you got an OTP. So when the OTP was created as a concept, at that time, if an attacker had to attack your OTP to be able to compromise your financial transaction, he had to simultaneously compromise two devices, right? And that, trust me, is a genuinely hard problem. To know the two devices that are going to be simultaneously used for a single transaction and to be able to simultaneously compromise them, both running on different potentially networks. So you could have one which is running on a landline broadband network and the other thing that is running on a cellular network. It's a genuinely hard problem. So the attacker has to be a really high level attacker, nation state attacker, to be able to have the resources to pull this off. It cannot be a script kiddie down the road. Now what has happened? From that design, which was hinging on channel diversity, we came to a smartphone in which the same device is being used. You have an app which is connecting to your bank. That same device is getting an OTP. That OTP is also getting auto-populated in that. You can configure it, right? So now you have lost the benefit of channel diversity which you were getting, which was the original design intent of an OTP. So one of the very simple hacks that can potentially be done is to be able to say, have two phones, do your app from one, get the OTP on the other. As simple as that. And you have gone way ahead in terms of your security. As simple as this. So as long as the OTP doesn't come on the same device from which you are accessing a website, you are orders of magnitude more secure when it comes to any financial transaction. That depends on OTP based authenticators. The second is the zero trust verification. I don't want to go into the details of how it can be done, but there are many ways to fool you into believing that you are accessing your preferred financial site. I'm just using financial as a euphemism. I mean, it could be a government to citizen website, it could be anything. How do you know that what looks similar is actually what you wanted to go for? You don't know that. So therefore, while that website is authenticating you, you are therefore entering your username, your password, your OTP and every damn thing. So that guy is authenticating you, but you really have no means to authenticate the other guy, which is the essence of zero trust architecture. So one of the things that the students here could potentially look at is the fundamental tenets of zero trust architecture in computer science. This is an emerging area in cybersecurity. How do you, as a normal citizen, what can you do in zero trust? So one is what the professors would do and teach you, and as students you can do practice amongst yourselves. But if you're talking about a village, those guys don't know what is a zero trust architecture. They're not research scholars there. So the simplest zero trust verification that can be done by anyone, if you are accessing a website that first requires you to enter a password, suppose you were to that attacker, and it is not a true website, it is an attacker's website. That attacker doesn't know what your true password is. So if you were to by design enter the wrong password, and if the website accepts it, you know that it was a fake website. So this is an example of how you use zero trust architecture. Of course, one can keep going into depths that what if he was doing this kind of forwarding, what if he was doing that, so then what I should do to still figure it out. You can keep going down that rabbit hole. But the essence is that just like the websites are authenticating you as a citizen, you need to authenticate the website, and therefore the entire process should be conceptualized by students and academia, maybe through projects, in the context of what is known as the zero trust architecture. And that is something that I see not really taking place adequately, at least in India. The zero trust architecture is still not a dominant security thought in the minds of people. And of course, we need to have better strategies. There are a lot of ways in which you can spot bad or fake websites. So say for example, if a website requires me to enter my credit card or my Aadhaar number and also requires me to enter my mobile phone, it's either fake or a bad website. Because my credit card company and Aadhaar both have my linked mobile number. So now if a website asks me to enter my mobile number, that means that website wants my identity, wants my password, and that attacker can enter his mobile number and get the OTP. So that's a bad website. So any website that expects you to enter your password as well as mobile number is either a fake website or a bad website you should stay away from. Simple. As I said, these are just some tricks for each one of us to become safer. And I minimize exposure of identity linked assets. So if you have to use an e-wallet, for example, you can always link it to a bank account which has only 10,000 rupees. So now your maximum risk coverage is only 10,000. And another thing that happens in India, suppose you have 10 accounts in a given bank. If you have internet banking for that, all the 10 are enabled. So you have to go to a branch or to a bank where you have no account to have a very small value account in order to minimize risk exposure. So these are some of the things that I feel at least the engineering departments in various colleges, the students here should be able to take back to their own families and villages that here is the way you can start using technology and become safer. Let the people who want to attack us take on high value targets as high as the central government. Then the central government can figure out strategies to deal with it. But as long as the targets are 1 billion citizens, we've got a genuine problem. We can't deal with that. Okay, so therefore let the targets become high value targets, truly. Not the low, it should not be the summation of 1 billion low value targets. That let's take out 1 rupee each and you still got $1 billion. That should not be the game. So this is things that you can do to make yourself safer. Now the second point that I mentioned, I'll try to wrap it up in another 15 minutes. The second point that I mentioned that is important is endpoint security. So this is a typical picture of a computer endpoint. It's a story picture. So you have some physical layer, some hardware architecture defining that physical layer. On top of that you have some software architecture, you have some computer algorithms, and you have some man-machine interface. Now you have the evil Eve, which is going to start doing the attacking at each one of these layers. Okay. So let us look at two parts of the problem. One is the top part, which is software up to the HMI, and the second is the hardware architecture in the physical layer. So the hardware architecture in the physical layer is typically what nation-state adversaries try to subvert in supply chains, and these are the genuinely hard problems. So when it comes to the hardware architecture and the physical layer, the crux of the security has to be trusted suppliers, because you cannot do trusted verification. I mean, technologies for doing that verification, if at all they exist, are certainly not that easy to find. So therefore, this is the part that is the hardest. Now, where as a nation we are failing, we tend to be a price sensitive market. So therefore, even poison at the lowest rate is accepted. Now, so the real challenge in the context of India is that if as citizens we choose to be price sensitive and don't care about this, then how do we stop this from entering it? Okay, this is the challenge. And the challenge becomes worse because most people who are from even computer science students, computer science industry, do not fully necessarily understand that. Even they make that mistake. Not that they needed to make that mistake. If my maid servant needed to make it, I can at least understand a financial reason for that. Okay, so that's one key challenge here. The second challenge is with respect to the software part. Now here, as I said, that starting from the days of Ken Thompson to the operating systems that we have today, there's a huge road that has got traversed. And the complexity of operating systems and applications and interfaces here is now so high that it is really impractical to formally verify any of this, and therefore they are vulnerable. The moment they are vulnerable, you have the evil Eve who's got a huge surface to deal with, can exploit it. And finally, the man-machine interface, where you have a very simple person sitting on the top, which my previous speakers also alluded to. He doesn't understand that there is something called cyber threat, cyber security. He is easily confused. I mean, just today morning I got a message that my bank account is being closed because the KYC has expired, and I needed to go somewhere to figure that out. So I sent the wrong KYC to that number, thinking let's see what happens, comes out somewhere. Just today morning, I mean, I'll see my phone there. So now what do you do there? So that's social engineering. If something is immediately urgent. So if anyone tells you there is something urgent, including your boss, he was alluding to that, trust me, he's misleading you. There is nothing urgent. If there was something that urgent, it would be evident to everyone. If someone has to tell you specifically there is something urgent, then either you don't understand the problem or he doesn't understand the problem. So therefore, the urgency is one of the ways of social engineering, which is commonly used. KYC expiring by end of day. Creating an urgency where none exists. I should not have the time to go and check it with my branch if my KYC really expiring. Because I might go to the branch maybe 1 month from now. This is urgent. My KYC expired, my bank account gets locked. Okay, so urgency is one of the very key strategies being used, and as students, you need to take it back to your homes, your communities. That urgency is not the issue when it comes to cybersecurity. Due diligence is the issue. You need to think and act. If CSR, citizen responsibility, one of the citizen responsibility is to think and act if you need to be secure. You cannot be in a perpetual state of urgent response. Then you are not acting in a cybersecurity sense. In the interest of time, some of these slides I'll skip. I'll just come to one of the things that I believe is important research direction, could be of interest to academia, that when it comes to the software stack, you can't really secure it because that complexity is required by the logic. And once you have something that is that complex, you can't really formally evaluate it. So one of the good things that is emerging in the computer science realm is something called a separation kernel. It's been there for a while. There was a set of papers initially written by Rushby, which talked about how distributed systems can be made to how a single system can be made to function akin to a distributed system, and how that security separation can happen on mainstream computers. So this is a very, very interesting area, and India is one of those countries where we have a huge pool of computer science resources, both in terms of industry as well as students, as well as faculty, but we're not adequately invested in creating our own fork of even an open source. And the open source is not that great as well. So there are things that need to be done. So therefore, how to enhance this work would be potentially one area that academia will need to jump in. How to create our own forks of separation kernel, which provide a containment to everything that is happening on the top. So imagine this being a type 1 hypervisor. So on the native hardware, a type 1 hypervisor is running, on which you could potentially have bare metal applications running or complete operating system stacks running as it would run on a typical hypervisor. And the security policies of what these guys can do is now controlled here. And this guy can be taken through formal evaluation from a security perspective. So how should one go ahead and start looking at separation kernels? I believe is one of the crying needs of Indian academia and students. And you should think potentially of setting up such labs within your own campuses. The third thing that I spoke about was critical networks. So in a critical network, as I mentioned earlier, suppose you were to take a power grid, you had folks who were producing power, and folks who were using power, and there were folks who were distributing it all around. Three categories. They all used typically huge electric equipment from companies like Schneider or Siemens and whatever. Then what happened? They started adding a supervisory layer of cyber. Okay, computer controlled power generation so that you can take care of variations and failures. So the frequencies now don't drift the way they used to 40 years ago, stuff like that, right? Now the moment you had a supervisory layer which is based on cyber technology, evil Eve is back into the picture. So now you could, when earlier the attack on a cyber infrastructure had to be on this layer, which was a hard problem. You had Central Industrial Security Force (CISF) guarding all the power plants. But now, the moment you have a supervisory cyber layer, CISF is not any good for you. So now the attack propagation is from the cyber supervisor into the actual plant infrastructure. And that's one of the key things that we are seeing as a problem that is emerging with respect to critical infrastructure protection. That more and more the critical infrastructure, in order to be efficient, in order to be more productive, in order to be various good things, is becoming more and more dependent on cyber infrastructures. And the cyber infrastructure, the moment you introduce that, opens up the access to evil Eve. And then this attack propagation. So I'll not get into too much of this, maybe a little bit. So if you were to look at the overall picture, it's actually to be seen as a system of systems. You have a communication infrastructure, which is even today across the world primarily a telecom grade infrastructure for backhaul. On top of that, you have an IP communication. On top of that, you have computers, and all of that are controlling a plant infrastructure. So you have something that is layered at many levels. So a failure of a power infrastructure itself leads to failure of a network. So therefore, these layers are themselves coupled also. So one is you have multiple layers. Second is those layers are coupled. And the cyber part of it over the internet is accessible to the adversary. So this is a horrendously complex problem. And this is again something in which world over the academic institutions have invested heavily in trying to model this failure. So my subsequent slides, I would give you a glimpse of what are the research directions that can be done. So one of the key things that has been studied in academic literature, just as an input to the students here, is something called predictive consequence modeling and analysis, which is kind of trying to figure out if this is what happens, then what's going to be the consequence? Can I predict that? How will that propagation happen? Can the failure of one router lead to a collapse of the entire national power grid? That's the essence of attack propagation, predictive consequence modeling. Now, one of the interesting things here is that, of course, a lot of predictive consequence modeling is done using AI. And a lot of schools in various academic institutions have become reasonably comfortable with respect to at least the usage of AI tools. One of the enabling things to study all of this is also SDN. So in SDN, what you do is that you take the entire control and management plane of a cyber infrastructure and centralize that. So do a global sensing, take away the control plane and the management plane, that is the routing functions and the management functions, away from the network element into a central box. So one of the things that Ramaya could potentially do is to create its own lab to understand SDN, establish SDN. You can establish SDN for your own campus network and have a central controller which establishes this thing. Now, can you create an AI-based learning in order to say that if there is an attack that is happening at one end in Ramaya, how can you automatically detect it and isolate that section of the network so that it doesn't propagate? So therefore, using an SDN controller, you can start pushing routing tables, forwarding rules to your forwarding elements such that the attack can get contained. And this can be a very good mechanism for students to learn essentially what is meant by predictive consequence modeling and analysis. Because the essence, the learning part of it would be through the AI. The control of that having learned it, what to do with it, is going to come through SDN. So this is going to be an interesting, potentially interesting. Okay, I'll leave this. Another interesting way to deal with the problems of large networks. So say for example, even if you do not have the data points of any large network, you could artificially create, after all, any network can be represented as a graph, and a graph can be mathematically represented as an adjacency matrix. So you can artificially start creating adjacency matrices which represent large networks, right? and you could have various ways of representing it more efficiently in a computer. Now, if you have those kind of large networks, then typically what failure modes will lead to what propagation? So there could be a graph theoretic analysis also that is feasible. So some of the work that has already been published is that the graph theoretic analysis could be in terms of degree centrality, that what are the centrally most important nodes in any network, the failure of which will lead to large scale partitioning. So those are central points, right? And I mean, by looking at any complex network, you cannot figure this out. You have to do that analysis in graph theory. Another way could be closeness centrality. That what are the set of networks that are from Hamming distance perspective closest to a large number. You could have betweenness centrality, eigenvector centrality, page rank. In fact, page rank centrality is the crux of the Google search engine. So these are the kind of things that one can actually experiment for model networks. And typically, mid-size academic institutions, I mean, EarNet, for example, is a big enough network to be modeled for many of these things. I mean, now I know EarNet has been upgraded to something, ac.in, but it's a big enough thing to be modeled in that way. And of course, IIC can also pitch in because they understand that. So the final thing that I would talk about is IIoT in the context of Industry 4.0 and 5.0. Now, typically in any plant infrastructure, you have a plant which is this side, and at the edge of a plant, you have a controller which is also called a PM. The programmable logic module, something like that. I forget the acronyms. PLC. Now, this PLC is supposed to be inward looking mostly. Till now, that was the case. And I've just given some example. There is a Schneider box of this variety which was used in a particular plant that we were working with. Now, in the good old days, that's where the story ended. This was a plant. So, if a company had 3 plants located at different places in the globe, these were the way things were looking like. What Industry 4 brought in? Industry 4 said, this plant controller through maybe a Modbus kind of an interface can be connected over the internet to some data center for access by various users. Of course, this is a Government of India use case. It will see NIC data center and disaster recovery site, and users of this data center could be with various places. But this is in general true. So this is how, starting from a purely disconnected plant infrastructure, you became a connected plant infrastructure. Now, as we know, internet is the place where evil is residing, right? Trying to attack everything around us. Now, the question is, what is the security proofs associated with these PLCs? Answer is none. Okay. Most of these PLCs exist from time immemorial. Since the plant was established, that time no network existed, and therefore the guy who procured this PLC had no requirement to spec a security on this network. So therefore the security doesn't exist. Number 2, even today the plants that are being set up do not have a policy direction that okay, you need to have this. So you need certain engineers passing out from reputed organizations like Ramaiya to be aware that okay, when I go to an industry and if I am stuck with a plant that needs to have IoT, I need to tell my boss that there is a need to have security on the PLC. So today, if you look around across various industries in the country, the PLCs are practically open. Functionally, can they be integrated to create those dashboards? Yes. But what this Eve can do? So if the PLC is controlling a safety critical equipment here, the parameters of a safety critical equipment, potentially and adversely can attack this PLC and lead to an industrial disaster here. Is that bad? So this is a huge concern that it is imperative for India to move into the realm of IIoT, but the safety requirements of IIoT are far away. They are not being conceived, they are not being talked about, they are not being put on paper, they are not being evangelized by academic institutions. So for a given use case, there was a requirement of only one-way flow of information. So therefore, data diodes were created and stuff like that to act as a protection, and these data diodes were taken through formal security evaluation of the common criteria variety. So that's a separate story of what was done here. That's a specific use case where government of India decided to invest. But that's still not public knowledge. In fact, we were talking to some of the biggest firms, I don't want to take the names. Their senior management was convinced that connecting the PLC to the internet is not a security issue. And we're talking about some of the biggest names in Indian industry. Their top management, advised by their computer science graduates who are sitting in that company, because the top management is doing business decisions, were convinced that this is not a security issue. So this is the thing that I feel, look forward to institutions like Ramaiah to take forward. My final slide. So there are many more threats. As I said, I'm doing a subset of a subset of a subset. I would like to end my presentation with something that Don Parker, a very famous computer scientist, published, which is also referred to as the Parker-Hicksard. So traditionally, the security problem has always been defined in terms of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the CIA. Parker was the first to actually bring out that this is not the full basis set. There are other dimensions of security as well. So the Parker-Hicksard became famous with these 6. He added authentication, possession, utility to standard CIA. But then went on and added some 4 or 5 more, including endangerment and stuff like that. So Don Parker's work was seminal in terms of making people understand from an academic perspective the various dimensions of cybersecurity. And I feel that a lot of analysis that we do of cybersecurity should be rooted in the concepts of Don Parker, because he has really taken the problem beyond the traditional CIA approach which was promulgated 5 decades ago. With that, thank you. I think the students are not here, so there is no point in questions.
Any question answer?
So you spoke about software-defined networks. Actually, when we put the intelligence into a single network controller, can that be attacked when nanoservice attacks?
Absolutely. So therefore, good point. So therefore, when you create a single controller, how do you secure that? That's what I said. That if you are using, say for example, just a hypothetical example. You take a separation kernel, on that separation kernel host a controller, SDN controller. Now you can define the protection of the SDN controller using the separation kernel policies. The second thing is that today, this is another point that is for the academics. That today if you talk of SDN controllers, most SDN controllers that we talk about are controllers that have been written by US academia as Python code, which are bundled as a single package. So you download that, run it on a virtual machine, and that's your SDN controller. So essentially, the SDN work that is happening in India is, if I create that virtual machine, which I can download freely from a US university website, how do I go ahead and configure it? We are not writing our own SDN controller. We can actually. So I would say that after having set up the initial thing with respect to using some downloaded SDN controller, I think it would be a good exercise to actually create one. The initial ones may have very limited capability. But then you can craft the SDN controller bottom up with security principles kept in mind, with functionality and availability kept in mind. And the whole thing can actually be hosted as a bare metal application on something like a separation kernel. So we need to work in that direction.
Or is the primary and secondary controller?
No, that is with respect to availability, that if one goes out, the other one. See, this is one thing which is a flaw. When we look at reliability engineering, the faults are random, correct? So if I say that I have a backup side, the chances that both will go down simultaneously can be made extremely arbitrarily small. In security engineering, if I have 2 sites with the same vulnerability, both will go down simultaneously with probability 1. Okay, so therefore the notion of a backup site as a security property, I think, is overstated many times. Backup sites as a security property can only work if you have diversity. My primary site is based on HP machine, Windows OS, this application. My backup site is based on some arbitrarily different computer architecture, a different operating system, a different database and everything. Unless you can establish that diversity, if both are exactly the mirror of one another, then they are achieving reliability and not security. Okay, so the backup site is not the answer.
Any more questions?
Yes, no, if I have to finish his lunch, let me also finish his lunch also because you have to. Please.
You are talking about security authentication. So you came across something called channel diversity. You give example of using two devices. So practically, it is very not possible at all the times for all the people. So how is that?
The question is not what is practical or financially possible, or the question is what needs to be done. I may not be able to do things that I should be doing, but at least I should be conscious of what I should be doing. It cannot be that I lose money from my bank and I don't know what went wrong. So I may make a conscious choice, I will cross the road by running across it, nothing happens. Right? But there is a difference between me and my small child. The small child doesn't know. I know I am making a conscious choice. So I believe that when it comes to security, knowledge is essential so that each individual citizen can make their own judgment about the risk they are willing to take. No government can force citizens not to take risk. That's not democracy. So yes, citizens may be taking risk. That risk may be because they are adventurous. The risk could be that they cannot afford it. It could be anything. But there has to be knowledge. We all use vulnerable operating systems without taking names, right? Because it simplifies many things in life. You're taking that conscious choice as a risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavan, for your informative talk on the topic in India's cybersecurity threats and challenges. May I please request Dr. Kadambi to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Raghavan.
Just before this, with the permission of Mr. Licker and Colonel Pavitran, and also a statement by Dr. Ritul Khan. There are three factors now in making this decision. One is in what we call town hall meeting by President Obama in Mumbai. He told two things. Empty stomachs cannot be preached, and there are two types of poverty. One is poverty of ambition and poverty of material. Okay. And he told creating an agency is not a desirable thing in cyber security even before his statement. So, sorry, now there has been some sort of a reconfigurability and adaptability. I don't want to lose, I should say, the expertise or what you call the experience what Dr. Nitin come, because I have interacted him in a different platform. So I don't want to cut short his allotted time of about 45 minutes. At the same time, I want to request that the applicant should stay and listen to Colonel Pavitran and then and go. And at the same time, I don't want to create an urgency for lunch. Okay? So achieved all these things. I know I appreciate the I should say the support and cooperation of everyone. Sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Really, really.
Now we shall break for lunch.
So now we'll take what half an hour.
Now we shall break for lunch and shall be back by 2:45. And for the remaining distinguished lectures by Colonel Pavitran Rajan, Kartik Rao Papanan and Mr. Ramraj. I would request the organizers to please
But I hope you don't have
I
General asked me one day, in Southern Command, that's one day. He asked me one day, what you want to do? Yes, just one. State factor. So this is the level of issues you're facing. That's the right level.
Oh, thanks.
So, meeting 3 minutes. Okay.
Welcome back. Moving forward, Colonel Pavitran Rajan, a military veteran, tech entrepreneur and academician, is a former advisor at the MHA, GOI, and adjunct faculty at the Cyber Security Research Center at Punjab Engineering College, and advisor for Cyber Peace Foundation. Public speaker at both national and international forums, author of Engaging China, Indian Interest in the Information Age. He regularly writes for various publications. Please call upon Colonel Pavitran Rajan to address our audience on the topic, India's approach to developing a cyber security strategy for future.
Thank you. How did that happen? I didn't touch anything.
What was cybersecurity strategy?
So I think that you will be able to hear me even people that are at the back. There's no one at the back. People online. Okay, yeah, true. Then I go behind. It's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, clear. You said okay. So I was given this topic, developing a cyber security strategy for the future. Now that I was just thinking, what do we do? Because to predict the future is not very easy. So you can only look at the past and then just a box. Okay, this is how it could be. I basically come from a multidisciplinary background and I'm a total self-taught man. So my subject is information warfare. So warfare being the subject, security definitely comes into it. So let me try and do some justice to this. Aim is not to say that I might show some hard facts. One shouldn't get disheartened, but once you know the facts, then you will improve. Okay, I look at it from that point of view. Okay, will you do that? Yes, now I can. Yeah. So I start off. I was very happy to hear Dr. Raghavan talk about Abdul Kalam and wealth, and Dr. Ritaraj, two eminent speakers, who again talked about individual security. Okay, and this is our great contribution as a civilization to mankind, that we had a much more advanced strategic thought process from times ancient. That we lost it is a different matter. But for the first time when I read Arthashastra, I realized it's got the science of wealth. What is the science of wealth got to do with security? It's got everything to do with security. There can be no secure nation if your people are hungry. It's as simple as that. And if you look at history, this is a very famous slide usually used by historians and economists. So it basically shows you, this is India, okay? This is India, correct? That looks like, that's India. 2000 years back, we were the biggest economy, okay? Now, I don't know how they did it, whether Bangladesh and Pakistan also would have been part of it, but we were the biggest economy. It was basically a agrarian economy. So China was only comparable power. Then we advanced and came somewhere closer to the Industrial Revolution, and we started losing out. Okay? There we are today. We are the second largest chunk of mankind, and the only nation which can have something similar to us is China. And if you look at China, you see they have a much larger concentration of wealth. US started off somewhere here and landed up out here. Okay, rest are insignificant from that perspective. Okay, so that is wealth, all about wealth. So what does that got to do with the cyber strategy? Because since we made the mistake and we were not the initiators of the industrial age, that is when we started losing out. We are now in the information age. And 10-15 years back, at least I heard it when I started entering this field, maybe about 20 years back, I'd get a superpower in IT. But is that the reality? Does statistics prove that? I can tell you conclusively it doesn't. And that is because of certain strategic mistakes we did. Okay, now you look at, this is one again slide I pulled out. That's India and China. Now, you see, China was definitely behind us, okay? 60s. Definitely behind us till the 80s, between 80s and 90s. And then they shot up ahead. India has done wonderfully well. We have preserved our democracy. We have risen in wealth. We have got a better deal for our citizens. But everything is related. No? It's in comparison to other people, we have to compare ourselves. Just to say we've done all that, it's in comparison. What have the others done? It's a competition. We are a competition. We are an ape, the naked ape. We are competitive people. Between nations, this is what the competition is all about. Okay, the figures might not exactly be correct because I still don't believe Bangladesh actually, shot up ahead of us. But the fact is, yeah, Pakistan we definitely are ahead. But we are still a lower middle income country per capita. Okay, and there is China, our nearest competitor. They seem to have done something, And how can you aspire to be a Vishwa Guru when you are like this? Who will listen to you? Who will listen to you? If you think these people are going to listen to you when you are here, they are not going to listen to you. Okay, that's a simple fact. And human development index, okay, totally proportional to wealth. Finally, as a nation, in spite of political, religious, ethnic, whatever be the divide, no one will argue with the economic aspects of and the human development index. There can be no argument. Okay, unless you voluntarily decide to be a Rishi Muni and then go back, that's your own personal risk. But no one can argue with this particular, this, whatever be the religious or political or, whatever ideology. Finally, India, if it has to compete, you have to, accumulate wealth and give a better deal for your people. Okay, if that is so, then what would be our strategy? There it is. That's our strategy. I derived it. It will be owned. I can't read it from here, but it will be owned by tech companies who conceive, design, build, and operate combinations of commercial ICT technologies. Okay? So, okay, that's scenario, I don't mind. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, where did we reach here? Can you on this? Yeah. So, where did we reach here? So, when I entered into this field, I used to come and sit in those back rows many years back, and I used to listen to many people who used to speak. Okay, who used to stand here, and everything was about cybercrime. Okay, because Bangalore was a cyber, IT capital, the Silicon Valley of India. Everyone used to talk about cybercrime. No one used to talk about cyber warfare then. It was not even recognized as a domain of warfare. But before I came to Bangalore, I was, I had participated in the cartel war of Vijay, and I had a very peculiar, experience. Those days we had just been newly given those GPS devices. Okay. Otherwise, when map reading, what do? You had to, we used to do a very rudimentary this of using a compass, taking a back bearing, triangulating, and getting a place. Very painful. Okay, especially in a mountain where you can't just a box which mountain, which what is what on a map. So. War zones are places where people, if you don't keep them occupied, the troops are always on either. So I was doing a lot of training and moving around and keeping them occupied. So I decided I'll teach them about the GPS, which had newly come to me. During the entire war, I could not. Somehow it was not working properly, which I thought maybe I'm not able to, it's in a valley where I am. Maybe that is the reason why it is not coming. But when after a month in the war got finally over and I went back, I saw a naval officer going up. Okay, I met him in the transit camp in Srinagar, and I said, so what are you planning to do? He says, the Americans have switched the signals over there. I'm carrying some sensitive equipment to go and measure it out there. I said, okay, the Americans did switch. That's the first time I heard it. And then I landed up in Bangalore. I bought my first computer. I started getting into this, and I then realized everything is based on someone else's control. Okay, you might play around with the graphic user interface, and you say, okay, we are trying to secure the computer. Hey, it's all dependent on someone else who might decide to switch it, like that GPS. Okay, everything is dependent on someone else. I learned that much before Snowden. And I realized, and if you study international relations, if you study the competition between nations, warfare, etc., so Snowden was no surprise for me. Okay, Now you might, because those days I did not write, but I have a professor in Chandigarh Cybersecurity Research Center, which I was one of those people who came and started introducing information warfare. So in 2013, when Snowden revelations came, I was very happy to hear my good friend Dr. Divya Bansal call me and said, "How did you know before?" Because I used to have arguments with them, and she told me, "We were polite to you because you were very earnest, but we kept on thinking that what you're saying is not correct." And her PhD was in cybersecurity. Okay, I said, "See, if you understand the rest of the subjects, the directions were very elementary for me." Snowden was no surprise. Okay, so there comes. You must have heard, Mr. Eblikar talk about we think in silos. The government is in silos. Our education system works in silos. Okay, because of which we do not go beyond our beat. So as a society, that's a fundamental thing which is getting course corrected as we speak. Okay, people have said, okay, you can do this degree, you can jump into another degree. You need to coordinate, you need to learn, go outside your shell to learn things. Those things are happening. And what we are trying to do here in Pramaya is exactly that. Okay? So, cybercrime. I'm not going to get into too much of it, but this is the sort of thing which I used to listen to. Hackers, spearfishers, this, that, etc. But as long as you remain in this, you are following someone else's narrative. I have seen so many PhDs saying, "Sir, I am doing my research on Google Android security." But later on, when I left the system and I became an advisor, I used to say, "Why are you doing a research sponsored by Government of India money on a foreign company's product? After you do the research, can you mitigate it?" No, you only can declare it, and Google will patch it if they want. So who are you benefiting? As a nation, are we trying to spend our public money for private benefit, not of even Indian companies, and companies who have violated all rules, and nations who have laws which says, okay, this is a secret, everything will be background, and we'll take your data. Ridiculous. Okay, so when I approach cyber security from a military mind, firstly you have to understand the domain. What are you trying to defend? I'm not trying to defend Google. I can't defend Google. Only Google can defend Google. Okay, only Microsoft can defend Microsoft. I can't defend Microsoft. And they are all saying, "Oh, there is a lot of money if you are on layer 7. Create applications on me, money." Okay, it's a simple thing. So here I looked at it, and then I slowly started learning, and I started understanding, and I used to spend considerable money with young guys over beer to help me understand certain parts of it. Rest I used to spend money by reading, buying books, and reading. That's how I learned. So it's about 2 decades of knowledge. It's a different sort of knowledge. So I then realized, this whole thing was a DARPA invention. What is DARPA? An organization which creates things for the US military. Hegemonic power. Global domination is what they try. But they take a tremendous amount of effort to say that is not what we are trying to do. We only try to deliver freedom to people. Okay, so that's a different. There are arguments which are for that favor also. Historically, nations have always competed. There is times when a dominant power comes, and under that dominant power's shadow, others have also been allowed to rise up to a certain point. But if that internet was created by them and they've gifted to the whole world, for people and civilization which says there is no free breakfast, so I immediately realized there's something wrong with it. Can't be. Okay. So there comes a DNS. They say no, actually this thing is controlled. By what? The root zone servers. And where are the root zone servers? Mostly in US, one odd in UK, Europe and Japan. Rest everything is in the US. Okay? And the Organization for Telecommunications, ITU, UN Organization for Telecommunications. Till recently, India along with Russia and China used to consistently say no, this root zone servers should come under the UN. If you are one nation, if UN is out there, because this gives them enormous power. In the Ukraine war, one of the first things President Zelensky asked the ICANN, can you kick Russia out of the internet? They said that is not our mandate. They did not say no, we have no power to do it. We definitely have the power to do it. That's not our mandate. Today, ICANN is multi-stakeholderism. And what is multi-stakeholderism? So physically it remains where it remains, but a lot of these NGOs and young guys who start off things can all be stakeholders in it. They are the one who runs the whole thing. But finally I know that whatever I run, if it is in India, that police guy with the lathi comes and they shut it down, you have to shut it down. So that's where it is. Okay. Now how does it impact us? Yeah. Now this is the second part of it. One is DNS. Then where does the internet come from? Here. Okay. These are all undersea cables. 97% last when I checked used to come in Mumbai. I have not read any single doctrine of the defense which says defense of this is part of our military is. No, it just lands over there. Okay, they created certain other things also. But anywhere, somewhere, someone cuts it off the Nord Stream, that's it. Your 100% digital economy is kaput. Okay, if it cuts, I attended a meeting which was done by ICANN. I asked them if it gets cut, what happens? Because there are multiple instances of the root servers in India, thousands actually. For faster facilitation, ICANN supplies it. Okay, there are multiple instances which can be put, and they resolve the things faster. Okay, so I asked that engineer who had come. I said if it gets cut, and if the root zone servers, it says within a week it will deteriorate and go. Okay, so that is the end of your digital economy. Putin also realizes. Putin immediately said no. He carried out military exercises and put equipment to find out if it is cut or ICANN kicks him out. Will the Russian internet continue to work? That was the research. That is defense. I don't know whether it will, but when Putin said that, the Americans said no, you have to create a new internet. This internet will only work with our root zone service. So yeah, control. Okay, control of people, control of nations. They may not use it, but it's a capability. Okay, remember that. Since you have a capability, you might choose not to use it, but your intentions can always change. Remember that. That is defense. But this guy doesn't think like that. He believes in the rule of law. If I send a letter rogatory, if I do this, they will give us. That's how he thinks. Unfortunately, in India, it's the police guy who decides national security. Because of the way we evolved, the military was kept at arm's length because one of the founding fathers felt that the military is the biggest threat to Indian democracy. That is slowly changing. It has to change because unless that concept doesn't come, we as a nation stand to lose. I'm not saying that every military guy would think yes, but if they had applied principles, they would have reached the logical reductions which I did. Okay, the principles of military, when they teach you how to war game, how to do rest exercise, etc. If you apply that, this is a typical way a military guy thinks. What is the whole fear? How do I defend it? What does it take? Okay, the appliances. Okay, it runs on the appliance. For the police guy, it is anyone who breaks that appliance, crime. I think on who controls it. That is not the break. So, cyber crime is about backdooring and cyber warfare is about the front door, control. Okay, remember that. Who controls? Because we are only users. If you have a smartphone, you might put your this, etc. You are just a user. Control is with the OEM who's created it and the operating system that they are also controlled. Remember this is the last day. Yeah. So critical structures, okay? Energy, this is all listed out here. Now, how can a nation build its entire critical infrastructure on appliances created by other nations who have been caught backdooring? Snowden has brought it out. We can fool ourselves by saying, we are not sure. Even the Americans are not saying what Snowden has taken out is not sure. Okay, they accepted, there are still going to be certain issues. Okay, and we only talk about China. We have to realistically look at it. Our entire ICT and power, in the information age, two things count. Energy and information communication. That is called the ground of tactical or strategic high ground. If you capture those two, the nation comes to the knees. Both power and ICT is controlled largely by China, a country with which we have a border problem. And when this border problem recently erupted, they switched off Mumbai. Who told us that? An American company. Our people said, no, it was not that. Then they said, no, it's still connected. They still connected. See, check. Finally, they accepted, yeah. That is the state we are in. So it's a very bad scene. So this is one study which I started seeing since the last 2 years. The Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs in Harvard Kennedy School. They have started talking about a comprehensive cyber power index. So when you look at a comprehensive cyber power index, see this is cyber what is its capability? And too close I can't still read. Yeah, this is intent. Correct.
Internet index.
Yeah, but here it is cyber
Internet index.
Yeah, intent. And this is capability. Okay. And our superpower is in the low capability and low in intent. That is in 2020. Okay, that's where we are. China here. Okay. Capability, the US was ahead, China here. Intent was more. As per this. Now take it to 2020 for 2 years hence, in spite of the government recognizing we are still here. Many others have moved up on both capability and intent, including Vietnam. Vietnam was somewhere here in the previous slide, now they come here. 2020, this was how the cyber power index was. 2022, first time is here. Superpower India is missing. And in spite of the government's push for Atmanirbhar, if you are still here, the only reason for it is this lobby, big tech. And the biggest city responsible for that is Bangalore. Okay, NASCOM, maximum money from here. They are the ones who lobby and ensure we have no privacy law. Okay, we have all the registration and all that bogus because all our data is all about going. And this could not have happened without creating a narrative of a global village and a global citizen. If it was a global village and a global citizen, I should have, my passport should have been Schengen and I should have been roaming around. Doesn't happen that way, right? So we're fooling ourselves, don't fool ourselves. And Russia, they realized, they said, no, profit, MNCs will never back out of profit. They all exited, nothing to do with profit. Finally, when it comes to nation, they will follow the laws, they have to stand with the nation. Okay? So, I come back to a slightly more traditional subject. The OSI layers, why I have shown it here is, remember this, the money is here. Okay? If you want to make money, build applications on here. Immediate funding, huge, you'll get it. More data you can collect, more funding. I've got a bunch of guys with sister company of mine, fresh to home, valued at $500 million. Okay, they have not paid 1 rupee of profit till date. They just front end. They're selling everything at a loss because they're collecting the data. I've got another company where we are concentrating on building it from here to here, here to here. Chips is beyond me, not that much sort of money from here to here. Zero funding, zero support. Okay, this is the reality. How do we build the future for a cyber defense? You have to get it out here, including the defense force. No one tells me I'm wrong. But finally, a procurement is all reflecting total ignorance or willful ignorance is what I would say. Okay, so where are we as a nation? Okay, data colonialism. I wrote an article before. Yuval Noah Harari mentioned that term. But then I am me, so not too many people know. But then Yuval Harari said data colonialism, and he said when you have enough data, you don't need to send soldiers in order to control a country. Okay, your entire economy, your entire politics, everything is controlled. You can pull anyone's pants off if you have the data. Okay, even if you don't have the data, if you have control, you can show that that data exists. You can change the data. Immediate control. Your own system will sort you out. Okay? That is where we are. And we still not got the privacy law. Data localization is hotly contested because we are Vasudeva and we need everything to spread. But other nations don't. That's okay. Indians were never. We are all. So here's the data. See, there are only 2 nations out here competing. Okay? Very clear. It is all in products. It's in the social networks, it is in the operating systems, it is in appliances, it is in, okay, it is in the cloud. Only two people are clashing. US is definitely the giant, China is fast catching up. We are the cows of the world, milked by the whole world, primarily by these 2 guys. Okay? So unless we understand this, there can be no defense. Technology is not what, technology will come when we understand what it takes to become a create defense. So, control and hegemony. Okay? Military, infrastructure, political, economic, social, industry, intangible networks. I agree with Dr. Vijay Raghavan. Without ICT, in the information age, none of these things work. And since it is not under our control, rethink what we are as a nation. Cyber Awareness Month. So I quote it to you. I hope that you carry the message back and you spread this. But is it that bad? No, it's a great opportunity. If you decide to put our wealth in creating, because we have got large number of people who needs to be defended. Okay, it is not the backdoor 50 crore smartphones which is the problem. It is the front door one. Chance of 50 crore, smartphones being backdoored without the women coming to know is zilch. It is the OEM, the control, which matters. They will bring you to your knees. They will manipulate your things. Okay? They will, okay. So, I now come to this particular part. This is a solved problem. Many people have done it. I saw so many. I am not an economist, I am not anything. I just read it to write a book. So, this is what it is. That's a solved problem. How do you foster innovation? Simple. Everything is innovation is fostered by centering on the entrepreneur and this venture capital. Not on the university, government, corporate alone. All these 5 elements are needed. Okay. If these 5 elements come together, you can create. That's what we try to do it here in Ramaya. Hopefully, it will bear fruit. If you do this, it will happen. Everyone has a role. But innovation is primarily centered around the entrepreneur, understanding the guy, finding his mind and backing him up with money. It's a very high risk business. No government servant can do this. Because the best of the venture capitals, only 10% is success. That means out of every 10 calls he takes, only 1 will succeed, rest 9 will fail. But in that one success, he will wipe out the, loss of the 9 and successfully create businesses. Why is he successful? He is given minimal pay. And he is told that you take a percentage of the profit. Then he will not listen to any minister, bureaucrat saying, yeah, this is my nephew, please fund him. No. He knows that he can't take the chance. He will only get one chance. If he is out, if he fails the fund, he will never get a job again in his life. He will do everything to ensure it succeeds. It's not a committee of government servants to decide. And all our initiatives to date is on that committee of government servants. They don't want to leave control. It's not that they don't know. But of recent, I'm hopeful because people have started telling me the government is coming with the India Strategic Fund. So I'm hoping it happens very fast. I've been screaming from the roofs for so many years. Okay? So who is holding India back? We people. Keep that in the back of your mind. All our initiatives, okay, it doesn't happen because of this one particular thing. There is a particular government. This, no established constituency. Why can't our scientists from DRDO, ISR, etc. be there? He doesn't have to, answer to his boss. Will he willfully undermine his own research programs? They say every possible research program under the sun is already being funded in DRDO. Think of it. They have taken the fund. A lot of people's promotions are stuck from that. You really think they will allow anyone else to come up? That is the reason we don't take off. Okay, DARPA fund is 3.5 billion. Indian DRDO fund is 3 billion. And if you apply the IMF principles, it is multiplied into 17 point something. We have got almost multiple times of DARPA fund. Compare DARPA's achievements with the DRDO achievements. Okay, so these are all solved problems. Only thing the correct policy doesn't reach people. So I in my book, I've written a book. It's called Engaging China, this, that, which was from a think tank. So I propose, okay, this is how you need to create that. So I'm hoping that the government, I'm hearing that they plan to do it. Hopefully they'll do it. But this will not happen. What has happened? This will not happen unless the people are aware, the stakeholders are aware, and they demand from the politicians. What the people today want is cyber crime solving, which is tremendously happy. Okay, everyone loses $5, $10, this, that. Critical infrastructure and all that, we'll see when it happens. Okay? Well, yeah. Who is holding it back? I've already told it to you. I can be challenged. I'm open to questioning. Okay, now comes the next part. This is, okay, 2000, okay? 2000. This is how the nations are, okay? You see here, majority of Indian population is down here. China, you see, they've crept up and gone here. North America here, Europe here, but they still got some minority here. So when we see those pictures in WhatsApp about poor guys, these are these guys, the majority are here. Our majority is here and, okay, very few here, that way. Okay, comparatively slightly more. But this is the fight all about, no? And in 10 years, what has happened? China has moved, see, he's lessened it out here and moved slightly further ahead. India, see, from here he's dropped. Okay, because China has used him off. You're all buying Chinese, right? Now, Australia, we still have Ambani and other somewhere here. That is a fact. Okay? That is what nations are competing for. And if our cyber strategy has to be this, our aim should be to move ahead, like create, products help the whole world. Tell them that, oh, in India we change our religion, we can't give our data, but we believe in Vasudeva Kutumbakam, we will, store all your data, we will never look at it. That's what we should be doing. Today we are on the reverse. Okay, if our appliances are there, people like it, people said, can you sell your iPad a smartphone? Okay, secure smartphone. People ask me, can you sell it to Pakistan? I said, yeah, I'll give it to Pakistan. I want them to have it. So they take it as a different matter. Okay, next is, how do you reach that? So this is a slide where of an American carrier profession for an intelligence officer. Okay, partner with industry. India partner with industry. Oh, corruption, bloody, immediately CBC. You are partnering with this, you are promoting that. When I was in service, I said, sir, we need to back up these companies. People said, well, what is your interest? And my interest is, I am not the one who told them how to create that and we need to back them up. I had a huge problem. They didn't see it. Then you're learning from the others, partner with the industry. So we are planning to, do that in Ramaya. Get content officers, give them the, foreign degrees, get the best of the professors of practice, give them this. Tell them, embed them into the companies. Second year, you work with so and so company. Learn how they do it. Partner. Partnering with people should not be with a company should not be. Enterprise needs to be promoted. That's the only way we can go. You see how the West looks at it? Promoting industry, promoting entrepreneurship. They're like, wow. Yes, Modi is trying. People have started talking No, it still has to be followed. Okay, that's where we are today. So, the unspoken opportunity is, if you need to defend India, there has to be security of data, impenetrable security. People will say, how can I trust you? Usually people whom I know, I usually tell them, how do I trust you? You are trusted because, firstly, you are a citizen. But you just blindly take it? No. Firstly, you said, are you certified? Did you pass your degree? Did you pass your training, UPSC? That is how you got in. Then they do a background verification on you. Then haven't they put control over you by having a vigilance this on you, an intelligence check on you? Control. Then you are trusted unless you prove otherwise. It's exactly the same way as how cyber security is done. Okay, the rest is rhetoric. Because we taught that way, oh, there's one huge world and it's, globalize this and all that is, I'm sorry, bullshit. From a soldier's perspective. Okay? So, trust and resilience. Let me now create this. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability is the Western narrative. Second, Huawei went ahead in 5G. They didn't say confidentiality. No, we don't want any certificate, China can't identify it. Break. I was very happy. I thought now people will realize. Now people are saying, oh, okay, China is not acceptable, but Westerners are okay. No, you can't be trusted. Something seriously wrong here. Who is doing it? NASCOM, industry, or outsourced police, that organization. Funded by whom? All the big tech. Okay? So that's where we are. The government of India spends $57 billion every year on ICT equipment. If Atmanirbhar and purchase turns towards Indian industry, look at the opportunity. Okay? Look at the opportunity. So that's why I am totally back Atmanirbhar. But there has to be national consensus on Atmanirbhar. Because politics and democracy, things can keep changing. That has to come from the universities. The people should all be told, no, this is something, irrespective of political parties, if you don't back it up, we won't vote you. Other things which protect you is legislation. Can you just protect by without having laws? I recently met an ex-army officer saying, sir, this big four is done in China also. I said, yeah, but they have got laws. You can't do anti-India activities like we do here. There is something called the, in the West, there is something called the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I have attended, meetings on privacy in the British High Commission. There is Microsoft India, some head coming and talking as if he owns Microsoft and he is representing India. Can you think of a bigger joke than this? Okay, there is a Foreign Agents Registration Act. There is a Lobby Act. Who all are allowed to lobby? You declare yourself. If you are found to be this, you go to jail. When I said this, a former IB chief told me, Bobby, now you are hit on 97% of Delhi, they'll got a job. If this Foreign Agents Registration Act and Lobby Act is out. That is Lutein. Okay, that is the Lutein zone which Modi ji keeps talking about. Declare yourself. You're working for a foreign company, you're working for a foreign government, you work. Then you can't as a citizen say, no, I've got a voice, I want my privacy to be here, I want the data to flow freely. I don't believe in you, but I believe in Cisco and all that good stuff. Because you will ask him, here partner, have you registered? If you're registered, okay, you're a citizen, great, but please sit outside. Because you're an interested party now, you can't be trusted. That's only way this is going to happen. Okay? I finished. Thank you. Back to you.
So, good thing you are interested party. I am asking, are we a committed party in the World Trade Organization?
We means who? Who is this we?
Huh? My country, India. What have we signed and committed in WTO which holds our hands? It took 7 years for GTT to get converted and we are...
Yes. So you have hit the, in one way you have hit it correctly. I never committed to, no one asked me. No one made me sign the ITA, but I have seen in multiple this, when people say why can't we, then people say no, we are signatories to this. I immediately told them. Is it written in the scriptures? Can't be done, only the God can change the scriptures. Is it written in the parliament? Only parliament can then. This rule, but change it if it is screwing India. These are the people whom you have to be careful about. I have met diamond of a dozen of them. They speak better than me, they look smarter than me, they will mesmerize you. They are the ones on the payroll.
Second is TBT, sir. Trade barrier tariffs.
Okay. I am not an economist, remember that. I am a multidisciplinary guy trying to learn my art.
Just in case.
Yeah. Trade barrier, yeah, I agree. All trade agreements right now, I was very happy to hear that initially they were going to sign a free trade agreement with Britain. It got stuck on data localization. I was very happy because we have worked very hard to make people don't sell our data. How am I going to protect my privacy if the data is with someone else? Are we fools?
Sir, last.
Yeah.
So I see no trade agreement between IT industry or any manufacturing industry across the world. Is that, if any?
I don't know, I have not studied this. But one thing I know, Vietnam, data localization. China, Great Digital Wall of China, data localization. Korea, they have data localization. When it comes to India, no, you can't have data localization. Right? You are a democracy, you are being anti-democratic, you are against free speech. Free speech and data localization got nothing to do with each other. Okay, I attended this where there is a silent Singapore academic sitting. So in the initial days of the debate, okay, this is all 10 years back. So I said, do you have a data localization law? He said no. I said, do you allow your financial data to flow freely? He said no. Small city, they know what to do. They don't have to legislate the law. India, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-this, very easy to confuse people. And it is our most erudite and other people who are getting paid and who confuse us. I don't know whether what I said makes sense. You talk tech, I get, I have never got into tech too much tech, I understand. But unless you understand all this, computer science department teaching cyber security, everything is covered. Okay, you can't know me. But is there funds in this? Provided we take changes. There are funds in the other thing. Okay, you immediately get funded for numerous other things. That is the only thing. As a nation, you have to take a call. take it that either you understood me fully and you're convinced or you're all shell shocked. So I think, sir, I finished. Back to you.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe I'm not even qualified to ask questions, but I'll make a comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing happy. I've been observing India for 40 years. So good that Colonel Pavitra will come and tell that India now has a bargaining chip. And he also knows, maybe others also know, it took 70 years to argue those bargaining chips. Maybe we should keep that in mind. It's not that it didn't happen overnight. Nothing happens overnight.
Okay, so
No, I'm not
okay, it's a comment. I agree. It's a comment. But then, having said that, I told you everything is in comparison to others, and what we owe our citizens. Okay, everything is in comparison to others.
Yes.
We've done wonderfully.
We've
done better than Pakistan.
No, yes. I mean, no, and then please. Sorry, I'm going to be critical. Please go to the chat where India and China and spoken.
Yeah, please.
Blue and red.
Unless there is challenge and there is, synthesis happens when there is, thesis, counter thesis, then synthesis.
Yes.
So,
and that's the only
yeah.
That's all. And not argue with you.
I also
No, see that China didn't. I mean, you made a comment. I'm just not picking on that, but that's an important thing. China didn't start when it crossed India. It started.
Obviously, that is absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just showing you
Yeah,
that how they crossed. They were behind us, is all what I said.
Yes.
They were behind us. Comparable country. Huge population problem, many other issues. That was never saying that they were, of course, they have got to take off, they have to start behind.
No, why? Because I'm also very much pissed off with the non-strategic approach that we follow for everything. So, where is strategy?
Thank you, sir. That's my only. Now, since you are a professor, you are
That's exactly
so,
what
we fight because we are on the same side. That's the problem.
I'm not fighting. I'm saying I'm backing you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We argue there. So, the point is that where is strategy? No strategy. Only simply.
Thank you, Colonel Pavitra, for the presentation. May I request Professor Kadambi to present the token of appreciation. Please have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just a remark about our country, I should say. It's good to introspect, comment and criticize everything, okay? So I'm just giving a corollary, I should say. This was told by our Hindi teacher way back in 1966 in Bhadravati. Okay. Couple of years after the independence, Pandit Nehru, as a Prime Minister, was crossing across some village of Punjab. Okay. Obviously, that as a common Indian, probably, he was not really happy the way in which things were going on in a short span. But I should say, magnanimity or the respect what the Pandit Nehru had for the common man. So he waived the motorcade to split off, and to his magnanimity, motorcade did stop. Then that common man, Punjab, he had the courage, audacity to ask. He didn't ask. He didn't address. It seems Prime Minister Nehru. He asked me, Nehru, what you have done for me, or what you have done for us. Such a diplomat and such a sharp person. He said, yes, this is what our country has given to you. In no other country, a motor car would have stopped and allowed a common man to say what you have done. Okay, this is what the tolerance that we have given to you. This is what the democracy means. That means we allow and we practice tolerance so that it can be debated, it can be criticized, it can be argued. Actually, I think not taking away any of the criticism in these things. Actually, I think now here is a democracy which is only 70 years. 70 years is not really a very long period. if you really look at the clutches out of which we have come, and a lot of developments are there, and also the world is seeing sea change, and it is evolving so drastically actually. Maybe one can say we should have advanced much further or much greater. Nonetheless, you see the amount of tolerance that successive governments have shown to. So I'm not, say any particular party or like that. Actually. As a whole, I should say that is they have survived. The democracy has survived, even though outwardly we say it is chaotic. But one of the U.S. ambassadors said, it is one distinct entity. Normally, when there is a chaotic condition, the system is supposed to fail. But if there is an exception to chaotic condition, the example is India. Actually. Even though they appear to be chaotic, but still it is an entity, and you are not a failed state. Okay. But after having said it, a lot of things to be done. It all depends upon, I think the sense of that patriotism and the sense of belonging. Actually, if everyone can inculcate service before self, and if you can regulate, and if you have the audacity to regulate and bring the tough measures like foreign agents, legislation, etc., we can take it actually. But again, at the government level, even though I have not served at that level, I can tell you, it is easy to discuss, but there is what you call he used the word, politics of compulsion, or I should say, politics of pollution. There are so many things which come in the way. But what we can do is, irrespective of the government, can we do our might, and can we show that here is a country of intellect whose ability to think is second to none. And that will definitely shake the world. Whether the policies will shake the world or not is doubtful, but if our intellectual power can shake the world, I think that is the victory for us. Just making a remark, saying that it's good to discuss, but at the same time, there are very, very many reasons why it can be done as fast as we wanted actually. Thank you.
Moving forward to our next guest speaker, Mr. Raghavan is a technologist with a keen interest in public policy. He has more than 22 years of IT experience, with the last 8 years in cybersecurity. He started as a coder, moved on to systems integration, and then project and program management. He has 10 years of international experience across 5 countries and 4 continents, where he has managed.
Thank you.
He has 10 years of international experience across 5 countries and 4 continents, where he has managed end-to-end cybersecurity program. Karthik is currently the center head of cybersecurity of Karnataka, Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity, anchored by the Indian Institute of Science. May I please call upon Mr. Karthik Raghavan to address our audience on the topic importance of capacity building in cybersecurity.
Right, so good afternoon everyone. I'll keep my talk short. So when we talk of importance of cybersecurity, importance of capacity building in cybersecurity, I think it's good to have a
inside.
Yeah. So if you see this, if you take a bit of philosophical, view of cybersecurity, um, you can think of this story from Mahabharata, where the concept of Matsya Nyaya is explained, where of course this is in the Shanti Parva of Mahabharata, where Bhishma is flying instead of arrows, and he is waiting for Uttarayana Punya Kala to give up his life. Pandavas are victorious, and they go to Bhishma, and then they have what we today call DMA, right? Ask me anything kind of session. So Pandavas are getting guidance from Bhishma based on his vast experience. So they discuss statecraft, politics, morality, governance, administration, everything. And during this, Bhishma mentions that in the advent of society, society was living in this state of Matsya Nyaya, where it basically means the bigger, the more powerful have the way over their weak, over the weak, right? So it's not a good state to be, because you are always insecure. You're never satisfied. So people gather, and then they say, okay, this is not a good state to be in. You're always insecure. So what should we do? They appeal to Brahma. And the story is that Brahma then tell people that that's why society needs dharma and rajya, right? Dharma is basically code of conduct, right? What you should do, what you should not do, when you can do certain things, when you should not be doing, with who, all those things, right? And rajya is the institution to enforce the code of conduct, right? Because if you draft a fantastic code of conduct, if there is no enforcement, then it's of no use. So in today's context, we can think of dharma and rajya as law enforcement, right? So the reason this story is relevant when we talk of cyber security is that in the cyber space, we still live in this state of Matsya Nyaya, right? There is no codified law as such, because global internet, globally connected network, etc. And the ability of law enforcement is quite weak still, right? So, sorry, just escaping here.
First, begin presentation.
Yeah, okay. So I'll skip these. Why is it easy to commit cybercrime? Who are the varied threat actors? But it's important to realize that we today live in unprecedented times when it comes to humanity. Human race has never lived in times like today, where technology is changing at a pace is extremely rapid, right? And we are it's taking a lot of toll on us, on our cognitive abilities to catch up with the advancements in technology, and hence our ability to deal with technology risks is also becoming difficult, right? So if you see this infographic, you can see that it took nearly half a century for electricity to reach the first 50 million users, but it took just 7 years for internet to reach its first 50 million users, right? And the rapid adoption of technology, is also creating a fertile ground for criminals to exploit it, right? And this probably shows us the reason why we need to focus on capacity building, because unless we do that, the criminals will always be ahead, and will be behind. So some key strategies that we can think of are One is to build capacity in cyber security. You should first have capacity in technology. Like Colonel was telling, unless your basic needs are met, you will not think of, safety, security, higher order, etc. Right? So, I have seen many cases where organizations are struggling with, struggling with good capacity in technology. And if you go and preach to their, IT teams on cyber risks and cyber risk management, they will not bother, doing anything that you are going to tell them because, they have their neck, deep into basic operations and, keeping the boat afloat, right? So unless we have good expertise in technology, cyber security will always be in the back burner. Next is it's important to have, important to build agility in organizations. Again, like I said, we live in times where the change in technology, the change ushered by technology is so rapid, right? Unless our organizations have the agility, we will always be, left behind, will be, behind the curve. And I have, this is true for any organization. The Martex law is true for any organization, but it is more so when it comes to public bodies, right? Because getting that agility in public bodies is all the more so challenging. And there is, I'm sure all of you here would have heard, and I have heard this many times of people who, after some point are not catching up with what's happening in technology, and then still have the ability to make decisions based on technology, and then are it's easy to sell snake oil when you don't understand something, right? So people get sold snake oil, most of the times. Next is, and this is primarily from our internal, cyber law enforcement perspective, right? Today we have kind of shackled our law enforcement agencies, because the legal framework that we have today, where if I become a victim of a cyber crime, I'm expected to go to a local police station, lodge a complaint. The criminal cybercrime by nature is remote, right? So the person doesn't have to be in any physical proximity to the victim. The criminal will be in different state. The overhead involved for the law enforcement agency in this state to catch hold of the criminal in another jurisdiction, and then there are competing there are other law enforcement officers from other states who are also probably looking for the same criminal. So this whole legal framework that we have today, where we have imposed geography-based jurisdictional constraints, is a mess when it comes to cyber law enforcement. So probably we should look at how we can unshackle our law enforcement agencies so that they can be more agile. They can carry out their activities without these jurisdictional constraints. And security in the physical realm is a public good, right? We don't expect people to live in nuclear bunkers, telling people can throw a nuclear bomb at you any time, right? We don't say that, right? Because in the physical world, the physical realm, we have military which takes care of our perimeter security. We have law enforcement agencies who take care of internal security. So security is a well-provisioned public good. How can we make cyber security also a better provisioned public good, right? So I just show here examples. This is a door, a typical door you would see in any house in India, right? Where before you go to bed, you put 1, 2, 3, 4 latches, right? And unless you put those 4 latches, you cannot sleep well. Whereas you go to any developed country, you probably just shut the door and then you go inside, right? You don't bother with doing all those multiple security controls. So the corollary of this is also that the more security controls you are expecting out of your people, the more you are failing them, right? So today we say defense in depth, and people should do that, do this. Organizations should do that, do this. But
are we really failing the society because we are imposing all these hard, expectations from them when it comes to cyber security, right? At the end of it, security as a well-provisioned public good is an indication of the maturity in the society, right? If you take any mature society, it will have security as a well-provisioned public good. Trust typically is a well-provisioned public good. And having security and trust as well-provisioned public good is also a factor for enabling productivity, right? When you know that I'm secure, when you know that I can trust the other party to a good extent, it's such a accelerator for productivity, right? For carrying out transactions, etc. So security as a public good is cyber security as a public good is a topic in itself, and I can talk for hours on this. But I just wanted to see the thought amongst the people here on that we need to think on these lines. And then of course promote the concept of digital citizenship. Earlier we had conflicting views on global citizenship. But what I'm going to mention here is digital citizenship. And digital citizenship is all about how do we use technology responsibly, right? So it's important that all of us, whoever are users of a cyber device, are aware of these concepts of digital citizenship, which typically consists of these seven components, right? One is value your privacy, be skeptical of what you encounter because it's a wild west kind of environment. Be civil in your actions, in your activities in the digital space, in the online space. Keep yourself updated because again unless you are updated yourself, as in your knowledge of technology, etc., then you will always be left behind. Do not fall for distractions. There are more than enough factors of distractions when you go online. Avoid the information overload, and of course report bad behavior, because if you don't, then you are basically encouraging the bad people. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And one point I wanted to make is a lot of times we use cyber security awareness campaigns as a fig leaf for our ability to fig leaf for our inability to provide good protection. So it's high time we avoid using cyber security awareness campaigns as a fig leaf. Cyber security awareness month, it's important that we observe it. Awareness campaigns are important, necessary, and required, but should not be a complement for good law enforcement. Okay, so with that I'll skip this. Right, and I'll end my talk. Any questions we can discuss. Right, so if there are no questions, then.
No, I have a question. So, the last bit, the last square, it's like before last. It says bad behavior. What is the definition of bad behavior?
So, there are standard definitions of bad behavior, like, if somebody is, say, bullying you online,
So, take basically the linked to cyber crimes.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a large picture to bad behavior.
Oh yeah, so I'm sticking to the basic, what common people encounter in their online activities.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kardin, for your presentation. May I request Dr. Sadasi, President of the PCAC.
So it's not in fact that there has been a overshooting of time.
Yeah, no, that's right.
But I think
I had to be in my office at 4 o'clock.
Anyway, I think yes. Just a referring to your remarks now. AICT where, previously there were a lot of things saying that enforcement is there, so that chairman of AICT was a farmer, and so they said, now we want to make the concept light but tight. That means don't have too many enforcement, but all enforcement are tight actually. Instead of what you say, strong and loose, you make it tight and light and tight. That's what I think probably. I think in essence, that's what we say. Have limited rules, but force them in a way that is, I should say, viable. And obviously, no, nothing can, I should say, replace the responsibility as a state. Okay, only we can help the state in discharging it. That's all. This awareness is only thinking whether we can complement the initiatives and the actions or approaches of ego. That's all. That's all. Nothing can replace it, but you can only aid them in a way that effective that their initiatives and approaches are more effective. That's all. But, thank you very much. Yeah.
Moving forward to our next distinguished lecture. Ramraj. So we have arrived at the last segment and most awaited part of today's program. That's the panel discussion on the topic threats and challenges of cybersecurity, individual and institutional mitigation and remedies. We have with us our experts to drive the discussion. Five minutes.
Not required.
All the panelists are left.
Yeah, that's why you're wondering what will be a panel of, because all other than me, everyone is there.
No, see, if there are any questions.
If there are any questions,
yes, sir.
We can, people can
Yeah,
still come with
Dr. Dr. also is the next one in cybersecurity.
We can even have
Dr. also there.
So, sir, one point which I wanted to give. It is not that it's a total negative presentation, sir. It's a realistic appreciation of where we are. One should think like that because.
No. What I meant was, see, it's all this good thing is now we have the country provides a platform, okay, and we have to make use of that. That's what I meant.
Absolutely.
See, there are many places where there is no criticism and there is no, I should say, room or a platform for that's what I meant actually.
They are there. I totally agree. Otherwise, I would not have been able to speak.
No, that's what. See, that's what, no. The reason why I quoted that.
But many times I feel, sir, we use democracy as a fig leaf to hide something. Democracy doesn't prevent anyone from taking things ahead.
No, if you ask me that now, if you are very stern and try to enforce, no, In general, that is, if not the general public, the political environment will say that it is what do you call dealing with iron hand and other things. Then the comments will also be saying you are moving too fast, okay, and you're too fast, okay. So how much is too far and how much is too fast? Again, it depends upon. But ultimately, sir, I feel uh, uh, anything that we do, ultimately, it is a combination of the as you says now, what you call the society and the one which somewhat I should say moderates it actually. What I meant is the public and the state. State I mean is the government actually. When there is a harmony and there is I should say an atmosphere where each other's views are respected, okay, argued, but after the argument there should be only one voice. This is the way to forward. So when that approach is there, then we can move forward. But unfortunately, you see, even in developed countries, I don't want to name, you see that approach is slowly but in a very rapid way that is going away. I think that is because either the people have become, I think, more vocal and they have their own interest and they have their own convictions, okay, or their convictions is backed by something else, or the corridor of power is big. See, it can be a combination of the fact actually. When corridor of power is very strong, there will be a decision. Whether the decision is right or wrong, there will be a decision, and it can move forward. So it is a very very dicey situation. Sometimes we say no decision is worse than a wrong decision. But some people will counter it actually. So when things get in a deliberative mode, okay, and if the corridor of power is not very firm and they don't have a correct vision, things can derail or it can get delayed actually. So very many instances in history that's what has happened actually. But this is a case where, see, even though you say it is our law, our nation law, but in effect now for all operational perspective, it is anything other than our own law because the external influences are so enormous and they dictate the term actually. So that way, so what we perceive as an internal, that is anything other than internal. Actually. So that's that's what so that is essentially where these things should come. That means to say, it is not only a party, it is not only that is a segment actually. So there should be some level of unanimity and the determination saying that I am putting all other agenda to rest and this is essentially what we want to do. Actually. So when that level of threshold and that critical mass reaches, I think the country can take its part. Otherwise, I should say, decision taking itself is a difficult position in any political environment. And taking a decision which many people consider that it is not in the mainstream, that itself is more difficult actually. And they have their own compulsions, I don't know. Because, in a world where there is a economic perspective, there is a political perspective. When both of them are together, you can see the magnitude actually. It is not 2 into 2 is not 4 actually. It is much more than that actually. So these compulsive factors have to be really taken into account. And what I feel is, I am not criticizing you or not differing with you. See, we live in a non-ideal condition. Okay? We never live in an ideal condition. Because we live in a non-ideal condition, things will not move the pace at which we would like to move. Things will not happen where and how we want to. There will always be what I call as a deviation or a detour. And we have to really look for that. And if there is a sustained will, there is a sure way. And we cannot lose the focus of that sustained.
That's essentially what I can say. So everybody is correct actually, but question is how to take it forward. Because if we just look at it and then leave it on, the status quo will continue. Can there be no? I should say some moment in the status quo so that we sync our differences, we sync our ideologies, and can we move forward? I think that's what I feel. These are all good actually. No, these are all throwing out many issues actually. Correct, no, Professor. One is we want freedom, we want privacy, we want enforcement, and we want guard also. All these things will not, because there'll always be a overlapping. Correct, now as the Supreme Court says that there is a conflict between this law and this class and this thing. See, they are also finding a lot of issues which are not, I should say, envisioned at the time of writing constitutions actually. So when things evolve, time passes, many things which are not envisioned at that time, they surface because people bring it to the fore. Okay. So I think these are all issues. What I want to say is that now, let us not lose the heart. That's essentially what I'm telling you. We can do something as a part of intellect, something as a what you call responsible citizen, and something is Christmas wish list. Okay, whether Christmas wish list we get it or not, it is very very doubtful. But our role as a responsible citizen and our role as I should say a profound engineer or scientist or whatever it can. See, we should keep doing. One time it will catch up actually. But now maybe the voice of some other things are being heard and they are prevalent. But a time will come definitely when that becomes a minority, when this becomes a majority, then you will find that point of deflection what you call it. No? So I hope despite all that in fact many people say there is one thing that is very good in you. You are never disappointed, you will never lose hope. That's what people say. So that's always if you lose hope and if you stop, things will be stopped permanently. Okay. That if we keep doing whatever is possible, definitely things will change. Because once that I should say that intellect power is recognized and it is feared by the other countries, then I am sure now that the corridors of power, they will also become more powerful. So that recognition by and recognition fear by the other people should be such that the corridors of power also empowered to such an extent they will have their own side. But I can see now that type of shift is occurring during last 10 to 12 years, I think. Because why I am telling you, when this present US president was vice president, he made a statement something that it is not that whether we want to work with India. The question is how we will work with them. The previous question was whether you have to work with India. Now that question has gone up now. The question was how we will work actually. So there is a slight shift in the language actually. So I feel that people like you or these things now, when things are put in a way where we don't have a personal agenda, that is very very important actually. When our motives are very clear, actually the language becomes very very simple. That is plain. When language becomes plain, correct now, then anything can be achieved. Only that language does not become clear when that language becomes somewhat convoluted or what you call as a disguised, then message will not reach. So that is where I feel message is getting clear and we are trying to see our language and the message should be as simple and as plain should possible so that it cannot be distorted in a way what others think actually. So there should not be any avenues for others to distort it. I think that becomes only our responsibility as a citizen and as a people who can contribute to the upliftment of the knowledge bank. That's what I. So does it add this? Thank you for such erudite and frank dissertation. What I'd like to add to this is that we should worry about what others will do to distort. As long as our path is clear in perseverance, we will win and hope will automatically be there. 99% why India has always been put down because there has been internal lack of unity, let's put it very bluntly. Second is that it's always a fear factor of inferiority because of our history, which in sometimes brought out superiority. When all that is removed, and you're very, very clear, as you correctly said, the intellect is here, the money also is here, the will may not be there in some levels, but all these three are aligned, like what Pavi put earlier, nothing will stop us. It doesn't matter what people destroy, we should worry about that. If we start worrying about what others think, we'll go nowhere, whether personally or as a nation.
Again, sir, I paraphrase the statement of Sir C.V. Raman when he was addressing a group of students. Because this statement is in a book by our Dr. A.S. Pillai. So that's essentially why those great people they put their statement in such a succinct way. And if you read that statement, that is where we lack. Essentially, what you said, actually, if I'm correct, actually, he said, I urge the young people, young men and women, not to lose the hope. Okay, success will come to you only when there is a dedication to the task ahead of you. Okay. Then he said, without a fear of contradiction, I have no hesitation to say the thinking power of Indian mind is equal to that of Nordic, Teutonic, and something else he told. But what we lack is perhaps courage, and what we lack is perhaps the driving force. And if that indomitable spirit of victory were to arise, no force can stop us in achieving the destination. This is precisely what you told. This is what Sir C.V. Raman told us several decades ago. I think it is that fear, okay, and that driving force, okay. And fear will come when we are not sure, and fear will disappear when we are sure, okay. When all of us become fearless, obviously there will be enormous driving force, okay. So it complements, okay. If there is a fearless society, driving force will be very strong. If there is a fearful society, driving force will not be there at all. So it is a question of fearless versus very strong driving force. And what the driving force, it need not be only through government. Driving forces can be teachers, driving forces can be institutions, driving forces can be intellects like you, like Sir C.V. Raman, or driving force can be the state, country, so on and so forth. We can use it in a different way. Ultimately, it is, I always say actually, knowledge is power, sir. It doesn't matter actually. Knowledge is power. If that knowledge is respected and the way in which we think is respected and feared by others, then that is a clear road for victory. And that we should harness for the motherland and to the, I should say, society at large. That's what I feel. That sense of patriotism and sense of belonging should be there. But again, if you again refer to what Sir C.V. Raman told while receiving the Nobel Prize award, even though the countrymen may be proud saying that a Nobel Prize winner is a particular country, etc. But in a true sense, scientists are a great statesmen. They have no boundaries actually. They belong to the whole world actually. So in the quest of knowledge, whatever we invent or whatever we derive, that is not really to the confines of the India actually or a country. In general, it is to the whole world. Question is how do you protect the needs and the requisites of the country and then take it to the next level? That requires a lot of, I think, the discussions and this is where, but no matter what you think, sir, ultimately, if our ability to think is not respected and our intellect power is not respected and I should say not feared by the rest of the world, there is nothing that we can change the scenario. If we want a scenario outside our country, that is that's what it means here. Then that we should be very, very powerful in our knowledge and thinking. That's it.
Request Jagan Prasad maybe say a few words, sorry.
Because
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a very challenging thing to take the last proceedings of the day. But being a typical infantryman in the army, we are, trained to sustain the last 200 meters before you actually attack. So I think let me take you through the last 200 meters with as less a pain as possible. In any organization, if everybody is thinking alike, then nobody is thinking at all. And that organization is a dead organization. So any organization should welcome any change of thought which is coming, and then of course you argue on that, you dwell on that, you deliberate on that, and finally that society, that community, that organization to find a course to follow. While arriving at that course, there will be a lot of turmoil, lot of arguments, lot of disagreements. All are part of arriving at that particular decision. I think today it was demonstrated in that way. Like there were arguments put in a fashion that enough is not being done, which is quite understandable. So at the end of the day, what I would like to just do now is probably give what I am taking home from this particular fine discussion or presentation which I have organized today, and you will appreciate some of you. In 1984 when I joined the army. In the army, if you have to go to the next rank, you have to pass a promotion examination. It doesn't come to you just like that. And amongst various subjects, one of the subjects is science and military technology. So in my examination for promotion to lieutenant and captain, one of the questions was expand the following. Fortran. I don't know, like most of you would know what Fortran is. And that time I was serving in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And the head of that inter-service organization was called Fortress Commander Andaman Nicobar Islands, and he was called as Fortan. So the invigilator, out of curiosity, came to see what I have written, and I have written, instead of writing formula transmission, I have written Fortress Commander Andaman Nicobar Islands. And from that day in 1984 to this day, I think a lot of fights have taken place. I think I would firstly say that there should be a common understanding about the space. What is the scope of cyberspace? There should be a common understanding. This common understanding, firstly, today it is being argued at UN level by experts of the governments. What is this space? And the consensus on this is not there. It starts from accepting normal petty things like financial fraud or something like that, which is done in cyberspace as a cybercrime, to denial of service and asking for ransomware. Also is generally there is a consensus. But when it comes to the national security, when it comes to perception management in an illegal way by an adversary, or threatening the critical infrastructure, or terrorist acts through ICT facilities. Just like there is no common understanding of what is terrorism, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. A similar kind of a consensus is not there. As long as this consensus doesn't come, the cybersecurity narrative will continue to prevail. But as a nation, while the international community is is putting efforts to come to a common understanding, at least within the nation there should be a common understanding. And how is that common understanding manifested? The common understanding is manifested through act of law. And why are we delaying this act of law? Unless the nation, today you are entering into agreements on cybersecurity collaboration with Israel the other day and with the Quad 4 countries also. But within the nation, if there is no definition of this is the space of cyberspace and this is the law, then it is very difficult. Even if you get into those kind of MOUs and agreements, it will not, it doesn't manifest on the ground. And second is, there is an understanding, the Ministry of IT and Telecommunications also acknowledged as late as probably February this year, that there is a definite requirement of an indigenous hardware and indigenous software if you have to beat the cyber security threat. But it's a huge challenge. He also acknowledged it's a huge challenge. So the nation has to take a call whether you want to do cyber security thing within the existing ecosystem of an Android and iOS and existing whatever is there, or do you as a nation really want to have your own? Because that is the final destination. And the right question to be asked is, do you have enough time to reach the final destination? Is it urgent? Is it not urgent? If it is urgent, it is imminent, you have to be a 5 trillion economy by say 2030, then it should be concomitant. Your all cyber threat mitigation capacities and capabilities should be concomitant with that, which means it is investment again. And just like the nation has realized, thanks to COVID, that today you have to invest in your own chip manufacturing. Similarly, the similar kind of urgency and thought probably is required even in cyber security mitigation software and hardware also. Definitely, I think that the time has come and probably the resources have to be found. And the third takeaway is definitely, there is a industry, academia, and the user, the government, triad interaction plus a couple of two things with the entrepreneur and the risk capital. These 5 things are definitely required, and to that extent, I think I must compliment Professor Kadambi and Ramaya University in moving in that direction to establish an organization of that kind wherein we can meet this goal. And I firmly believe that the government also needs to step in, because risk capital is again, just like the government has put a chip manufacturing fund, there is a definite requirement for the government to chip in and put a strategic capital in this particular field sooner than later. And I think with this, I would like to compliment Dr. Kadambi and his team for putting up this particular, very invigorating exercise, very educative exercise. Thank you, sir, and thank you everybody, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General, for those few words. So I would like to request Dr. Kadambi to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Veliappa.
No, it's please. Without you, nothing will move. No, actually, why don't you say something, Jimmy?
Yes, why?
We have a very
If there are any questions,
specialist from industry who is a cyber security specialist. So he should have been.
I think I'm quite audible to everybody, right? So just a quick intro, okay? So before I start talking about the subject matter or everything, okay? This is, for me, I have spent about 2 decades in the industry of cybersecurity, especially where I have worked with multinationals also and Indian organizations, and last about a decade in creating something in India indigenously. That is started my entrepreneurship journey, where of course agreeing with Colonel Rajan about there is a huge need of indigenous technology in India. Yes, and I am glad to associate and with the thought process that Dr. Belliyappa comes with is associating with the the universities like MS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. Why applied sciences is because yes, there are a lot of other areas where we can talk about the things, regulatory norms, legal aspects or law, management aspects, all of that. But unless and until we have something in the STEM, STE, right? Science, technology and engineering, where India has a huge manpower for that. Our intellectual resources are the key. Or in other terms, or the global terms, if I have to term it as, it's India's soft power, right? Which is present not just only in India, across the globe. So, having said that, if we do not do something on our own, like creating an operating system of our own, or cyber security fabric of our own, maybe it's not just only to point that what Major General said, that thanks to COVID, it's not just only thanks to COVID, that industrialists or the Indian needs have realized, maybe our governments also have realized that semiconductor is not just because of COVID, it is because of the people who took the advantage of that COVID in the international market and hoarded the semiconductor. Let's be blunt about it, right? So we face the problem because we are the biggest, one of the largest consumers in the world for semiconductor. All over, like how many crores of cell phones we do use, how many networking devices we do purchase in a year, or servers or whatever it is, right? All the electronic gadgets in India. Why? Just to take a, I was studying some times ago about one of the case study, why Indian mobile phone manufacturers were killed. Right? Do you agree? Because we had Micromax and all those players maybe about 10 years ago, right? So why they were doing good? Why they were actually no longer in competition compared to the Chinese manufacturers? Is mainly because there is always a price game or the price advantages these Chinese took, but no longer they are cheap. Do you realize that? No longer Chinese phones are cheap in India. They were selling at 5,000, 8,000, 7,000 maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but no longer. They are all at like 40,000, 80,000. One plus what it is actually, it is at lakh rupees, right? So that's the difference. But why Indian players are not there? So the thing is that is yes, there is a global hegemony, but how do we counter that is improving our applied sciences, right? And create something here. And when we create something here, only then we can become self-reliant, self-dependent, and Atmanirbhar, right? So otherwise, we'll only talk about Atmanirbhar, but will not become Atmanirbhar. That is what is my thought process is. So, in fact, I would take this opportunity to thank you, sir, for creating an opportunity of, researching something and applying something out here, and then cybersecurity should be one of the things that that has to be taken quite importantly and with the high utmost priority to create something out of your university. In the forthcoming years, I would love to see such kind of things coming out of here, or people coming out of here who do that. Well, that's what I wanted to just express. And thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you.
So what a wonderful and thoughtful discussion that envisages to address the threats and challenges in contemporary context and to provide solutions that will make India cyber safe. This seminar is being conducted under the aegis of RUAS, RPPC, IIC, NCDRC, and RTPI. Lastly, I request Dr. Kadambi to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. But you have been hearing me so often, there is one more time that you have to bear with me to listen. Major General Prasad, Colonel Pavitran, Dr. Belliyappa, and Dr. Rajan, and Professor Gangadhar, and dear student friends and colleagues. As I'm standing before you, a couple of thoughts are crossing over that I would like to share. First and foremost is, I think when we had the very initial discussion in General Prasad's office, the time was virtually so short. The question was whether we have to proceed with it or not, because if you have to proceed with it, it has to be corrected within on before 31st of October. So I think I told General Prasad, no, we'll attempt and we'll conduct. The degree of success is can be only determined on the 31st, but nonetheless, we'll start actually. So instantaneously, we did start with that I can say efforts, and we knew that in between there are two, I think, a long string of holidays, which will definitely come in the way of resources. I was very, very clear about it. But nonetheless, that is, when things are not really in an ideal way, how well you can cope up is really the character of a person. And definitely that has been the characteristic of a School of Advanced Studies and a University of Applied Sciences. So I took in that earnest and we started calling up the proficient people, and to our fortune, I should say, I think nobody did decline actually. So everybody accepted, and it's glad that now you can see the range of expertise, proficiency, and I should say the practical knowledge that we could bring through various speakers. That really speaks, I should say, the talent is there, and there is some sort of a binding or unifying force. So those such wonderful people can be brought together. I think that's what again it really proved. And again, I was telling Dr. Rinki actually in wireless network, we call it as a MANET, mobile network network, where there is no fixed infrastructure, but still, the nodes themselves become like that now. So we need the very, very short notice actually. So we knew that we have to work like a mobile network. That means there cannot be defined infrastructure in one place, or there cannot be that one. But I think fortunately that shows the dynamism and the willpower ultimately indeed prevail. Coming back to the seminar, but it was it did start with I think the overview by Mr. Speaker, because having spent his I think profound period of career in intelligence, I think he did really bring a lot of vital issues, which again some of the issues were again reverberated or resonated in other talks. That only shows there are a lot of overlapping issues which are of important to us, and I think he did really set the tone. As usual, our Vice Chancellor is a person of dynamic initiatives. Of course, he also put a few words of encouragement. And coming back to Dr. M.S. Vijayaraghavan's talk, of course, so I know him since 2006, since I joined this, when he was coming as a DIPAC gold observer. I knew about his, I think, grasp and his experience in NTOR and many other places, and we also had a discussion in CARE about NLP. So many issues. A very versatile person, and after having worked with people like Dr. Karan and Dr. Chidambaram, actually, he's also a voracious speaker, and he puts his views in such a way that it gives a lot of appeal actually. So he did set the, I should say, the past, present, and the future. I think he did put it in a very, I should say, appealing way that definitely we can take it forward. Then following that, Dr. Rituraj Kumar was so I had a few interactions with him in care, and I knew the quantum and the quality of work that is being done there, and I was one of the PDR and CDR committee member, so that I had an opportunity of actually gaining the depth of his understanding. So even though I was not in contact with him for quite some time, but he also very gracefully accepted, and I think a wonderful presentation. I think he brought both, I should say, the technology development, R&D, and the pure academics. That is also, if you really think it now, even though all of them look like same, but one can dwell upon it and they can discuss technology development and R&D, they are different, and academic is definitely different from research and development. I think he clearly put what is the stake in each one of them. I think it was very good of it. And then following that, again, Colonel Pavitran's talk was there, and he speaks plainly, he speaks very boldly. Okay, so he definitely, it is because after having been both in service, service force as well as other places, he knows where the irritation of the industries can come and how the industry will feel the, I should say, any delay sometimes it is a jitter, and any jitter is a irritation. So you can say, and he did put up on many things now, how to take it forward in a way, and what are the, I should say, pain points, and what are the future points. I think he did put it in a very nice way, and of course, Mr. Karthik, even though it was succinct, I think he did put very nicely about the 5 strategies. And again, the takeaway from it is, I always say, whenever talking to the students, if you have a formulation, format can be any form. It may take some more time. But if your formulation is not good, no amount of formatting will give you the I should say, appeal. So, very rightly, he did put saying that if you want to build the capacity in cybersecurity perspective right now, you should have the capacity in technology. Because ultimately, all these applications, they require the core competency, that is technology and basic principles. You can be engineering principles, it is essential. Technology is only a facilitator, okay? And technology keeps changing. But if your fundamentals are very strong in basic principles of science and engineering, definitely technology can be adapted, and the technology can be, I should say, generated actually. So I think we should not lose of, we should not only be always bothered about the evolving technology, but that awareness should be there. But more important is how you can augment our basic grasp and I think principles that essentially what has covered. And again, General Prasad is there with combination of infantry and I should say the technology management. Definitely, this even this seminar probably, but for his initiation and Dr. Bellion first things would not have been possible. If we can say many people who are having tremendous experience in intelligence services and technology and technology forecasting, and I should say NTR, the fact that they have accepted the invitation to be part of the seminar means, I think, still that sense of belonging and that, now I should say, paying back to the society or paying back to the nation, which is so dear to us, is still intact. Definitely, it is for us to know, take it forward, and I always feel that there are 2 ways of when it comes to the conflict. There are 2 ways of viewing things. One is nobody will come in the way of self-protection, and no country will come in the way of developing or self-protection. Only when we go beyond that self-protection is only the conflict of interest between that nation. See, for example, if you create a missile shield to your country, no country should get jitter because we are not attacking the country. We are only shielding it from that actually. So probably a good way to start with, I should say, no conflict zone in my personal way, because like many of you, I am not I should say, a proficient or a experienced person in cyber security, but definitely based on common sense it does actually. You try to do whatever is required to protect your system. If you start from that, definitely that is a very good defense, and a very good defense also can turn to be offensive, because you cannot defend unless you know what is the offense. So even though you don't have to be aggressive, but you can be aggressive in protecting our own system, and that itself will lead to breakthrough technologies and breakthrough systems. I can probably. So that I think no reasonable country should come in the way. So it can only envy us, but they cannot attack us. Probably that is one pragmatic way of taking it forward. And again, concluding, I should say, many people have helped us, and I cannot say everyone, but at least I can say I should be very thankful to our colleague Dr. Varun. He is there in Fort Police, USA, as a work doctor, but because of a string of holidays, I have to take his help on a continuous basis for a week in coming out with a brochure, and I am very thankful to Mr. Heptikar and General Prasad who gave the final touches to this thing, also inputs from Dr. Valiappa and Dr. Colonel Pavitran, and I thank profusely Dr. Varun because I have to work in their daytime and their night time to suit it actually. Without jittering, I think he has helped us, and I am very thankful to Dr. Shrenka, Dr. Rinki, Dr. Anantenga, Dr. Padala, and really, the best part of it is actually we didn't have a meeting. The whole of this function, hardly we met for 20-30 minutes only twice. That too, on last 2 days, that only shows now we worked in a managed form where there is no fixed infrastructure at a debate place. But still, I think it has been a reasonable arrangement, and one should be proud of it. I thank all my colleagues. Again, I also thank our student volunteers. They have come at a very short notice, and also, so this is the time where university itself is having multiple tracks. Actually, there are examinations going on. There is I should say, the placement drive, and in addition, the string of holidays of Dasara and Diwali. It's a period where faculty members have tendency to take some break to be away from such rigor. Actually, as a whole, I should say it has been a very good experience, and I also thank our Vice Chancellor Professor Reina and our Minister Dr. Venkatesh for supporting this initiative. Okay. We look forward to it. Only the beginning, and it all depends upon how we take the input and the feedback to go to the next level. Again, I thank one and all, and of course, I should thank my friend Mr. Nagaraj. Actually, in fact, because we wanted to have this both live streaming through YouTube as well as to the Microsoft team, and in fact, I have been upstream to see that there should not be any hitch or glitch in the proceedings. Deepak and others. And again, I would like to thank our Satyanarayana, who has really worked tirelessly in getting the transport arrangements made, and I think virtually has contacted each one of you. Ultimately, now India is known for its hospitality, Atithi Devo Bhava, and that is also one of the important aspects apart from the technology. I also thank Mr. Satyanarayana and Lohit and so on others who have done such a wonderful work and their support in arranging the food and other things. If I have left anybody, it is unintentional, and of course, Deepak is also there who has been very, very kind to, has been always supportive of this. I also thank our HODs and the Dean, that is our encouraged our colleagues to be part of this function despite the conflicting timings actually. Again, before I conclude, again, I would like to thank everyone and one and all for their excellent support and patience. And there has been a time overshot because of various reasons. And still now that is, has been, you have been very patient to listen to us. I also thank you, sir, for wonderful insights. Okay. Again, as a whole, I think it has been a pleasant experience, and we keenly look forward to take it to the next level. Thank you.
So thank you for leading this whole show.